The Senate will come to order. Members, we have the A29 amendment in front of us to Senate File 1. Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to withdraw Amendment A29.
Senator Herr withdraws the A29 amendment. We are back on Senate File 1 as amended. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Herr yield?
Senator Herr will yield.
Okay. All right. Never mind.
Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, I will lay Senate File 1 on the table.
Senator Limmer moves to lay Senate File 1 on the table. On that motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Motion prevails. The Senator Gazelka, remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate File number 3 be taken from the table.
Senator Gazelka moves that Senate File 3 be taken from the table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. We'll take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations. Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails. Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 26, I designate Senate File 3 be made special orders for immediate consideration.
Members, the bill next up for consideration is Senate File number 3. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. We've had a great discussion today, and it's continuing on here with some public safety initiatives. This particular bill, Senate File number 3, is reporting law enforcement use of deadly force to the BCA, which in turn directs the BCA to go actually to the federal government where the records will be actually kept and are of public nature. Before I go any further, though, in order to get the bill in order, I do have the A50 amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Ingebrigtsen offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Ingebrigtsen moves to amend Senate File number 3 as follows: page 1, line 8, after death, insert.
So thank you for the kind of the purpose of the bill. And so I know I have looked stuff up on the federal database, and so I know some of that is public. And so I think having, if 70% already do it, I think having 100% do it would be helpful. On line 116 and 117, it says that a written report will be provided to the chairs and ranking minority members of the House of Representatives and Senate committees with jurisdiction over public safety. Senator Ingebrigtsen, will you yield for a question?
Senator Ingebrigtsen will yield. Senator Dziedzic.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Ingebrigtsen, so what type of information and what do we, expect to hopefully do with that information that would help benefit public safety and help limit the use of force?
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and Senator Dziedzic, for that question. That's a real good question, actually. Obviously, for the obvious reasons, we're going to have data, statewide data, instead of just 70%. So anytime we come up with or come up against any issues that are related to law enforcement with any deadly force or great bodily harm, we're going to have those statistics at our fingertips as well as the public, and being transparent with the public. And I think that's a good thing. Again, the public pays for this service. They should know what's going on. They should know what we talk about here in the Senate occasionally, quite a bit today, actually. But they'd be able to draw it up at their fingertips, and they'll be able to utilize that. So as far as statistical information and utilizing that to help prepare for budgets and whatnot for departments, and where their training actually needs to be focused on if there's an awful lot of issues within a department. So that would be something that the department would utilize.
Senator Dietzich.
Thank you, Mr. President. So if I'm getting this right, so the local agencies will send the information to the BCA regarding, same as what they send to the feds, regarding law enforcement use of force resulting in serious bodily harm. So do you know, I truly don't know off the top of my head, and I don't remember even though I've looked at this data before, do you know if in this report, and could the BCA require in this report, if for every incident of use of force resulting in serious bodily harm, do they say if there was a disciplinary action taken, or was there training of the officer required after that incident? So will Senator Ingebrigtsen yield?
Senator Ingebrigtsen will yield. Senator Ingebrigtsen?
Yes, I will yield, Mr. President. Thank you. No, and I don't think that information is included. If there was a reprimand, I don't believe that is. I might stand corrected on that, but I don't believe that there's an outcome, whether it's a conviction or whether there's a suspension or a termination. I don't think that's included. It just reports the crimes themselves, I believe.
Senator Dietzich?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think as this either bill moves forward or as we continue this discussion, because I think this is just a start of a discussion as we look at how we need to transform law enforcement to make it work for everyone across the state, I think that is something we should look at, because it's good to know, okay, what use of force, but then part of what I am hearing from law enforcement and from officers that are frustrated is sometimes that discipline takes time, and there's not an immediate discipline. And anybody that has kids know you need to do that discipline immediately if you want results. And so I think if we get more in a pattern of getting that prompt discipline, or getting them the prompt training that they need, because maybe it is a training issue of maybe here's the best management practices to do this better, I think having that info would also be helpful, and that might be something that the post board could just put in the form that they are asking. Just because the feds don't require it doesn't mean that maybe the BCA can put that in their form, so that it just gives us more information going forward when we're looking at this next, whenever it comes up. It'll give us some idea of maybe what else we should be doing, and you never know. It would be interesting to know, again, how often is there a disciplinary action, or if there's not and it's delayed. I think that would be helpful. So thank you, Mr. President.
Any further discussion on Senate File 3 as amended? Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Ingebrigtsen yield for a question?
Senator Ingebrigtsen will yield. Senator Champion.
Senator, did I hear you say earlier that right now 70% of law enforcement across the state is already doing some sort of reporting or collecting of data, or did I mishear you?
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Mr. President, Senator Champion, yes.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Ingebrigtsen continue to yield for a question?
Senator Ingebrigtsen will yield. Senator Champion.
Senator, if 70% of law enforcement is doing this already, it clearly means that this is not needed in order to encourage other law enforcement agencies to do it. Would you agree with that, or would you disagree with that?
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure I quite understand the question, but 70% is in compliant with this. The other 30% are not. This is going to require that 30% to obviously include it being 100% reporting of all police departments and sheriff's departments, and I think that's something that at the very least that they should do. So I'm not quite sure where your question is going.
Senator Champion.
Mr. President, will Senator Ingebrigtsen continue to yield for a question?
Senator Ingebrigtsen will yield. Senator Champion.
Senator, you indicated just in your speech just a second ago that you didn't know exactly what my question was or where I was going with this. Perhaps I can be a little more clear and ask you. You heard Senator Disick ask a couple questions as it pertains to the use of this information and why collect it and what would be the purpose of it. Could you explain to me again why collecting this information will be important and where will that information and how will that information be used to help us do something different as it pertains to law enforcement and how they can better respond to communities, especially if they are stepping over the line when it comes to use of force?
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if you look on subdivision 2, Senator Champion, you'll notice that as Senator Disick did read the written report of to the chairs and the ranking minority members of the House, of course, as well as the Senate, the Judiciary, or Public Safety, depending upon what it is. That's the information that will be going. This information will be going to them to help guide them through legislation and inform them better about the use of force and/or deadly force in the state of Minnesota.
Mr. President,
Senator Champion.
If Senator Ingebrigtsen will continue to yield, I have another question.
Senator Ingebrigtsen will yield. Senator Champion.
Senator, can you sort of take me on a journey and help me understand what sort of recommendations would you put forward if you were getting information that would lead you to believe that at least 90% of our law enforcement agencies were unfortunately using use of force in a way that was detrimental to its citizens? What would you recommend to your colleagues or us here in the Senate as to what we should do in order to curb this unfortunate trend or to address it?
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Champion, I don't think it can be determined whether the department was or the officer. Let's use the officer. Was either right or wrong. They're just simply reporting the incident. So I guess on a case-by-case basis, you'd have to review that with the department. You're going to find some departments, probably 70% of them, let's use that number, probably are not going to have any of use of force or deadly force in a year's time. So it isn't going to aid you whatsoever when it comes to further legislation per se, unless there seems to be a problem with the same agency, and that's something that will be public now. So I think that's a good thing. That could be a good tool for the legislature.
So,
Senator
Mr.
Champion?
President, so colleagues, I'm asking you to vote against this bill. In fact, from the very words of Senator Ingebrigtsen, Mr. President, we've heard him say that this information is not going to yield us any value and will not be used in any real way, or it will not be used in any way that would further help with policy that would be helpful when we think in terms of use of force. It's just information that's being collected and without any explanation, it's no context, and none of it can be used for us as policymakers, because we are policymakers. The whole reason why we accept and ask for empirical data or the collection of information so that it will guide our steps and we can use it as a way by which to respond responsibly when it comes to policy. So again, this unfortunately seems to fall short of the efforts that we have put forward, which is to make meaningful change, substantive change, and do things that would mean something. So with that being said, I would encourage a no vote when this vote occurs.
Further discussion on Senate File 3 as amended? Senator Ingebrigtsen, further comments? Otherwise, I have other members. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been listening to the conversation. Part of the reason we need this bill is if FBI needs to have Minnesota collect as much information as possible regarding any time there's a use of force that results in death or great bodily harm. This is the primary reason, or was the primary reason, is that there have been groups of people, especially groups of Minnesota citizens that are minorities, and their organizations have asked for as much public information as possible when a use of force is being used by police. They want it for their compilation. The federal government wants it for theirs. It's designed for the government to make proper future policies, but I think the different people groups in the state of Minnesota want to know the complete picture, not just 70%. They want the complete picture, and it's vitally important for them. I certainly think it's good public policy to know when police officers are using deadly force that results in death or bodily injury. 70% may not be quite enough, and 100% is certainly better. I think it's vitally important for this information, and as well as informing the public. This is part of a transparency move, and quite honestly, I think it's vitally important for us to do that. Measures supported by the chiefs of police, the sheriffs, and other peace officer organizations. And by doing this, it brings a little bit more accountability for law enforcement's use of deadly force.
Further discussion, Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Limmer yield for a question?
Senator Limmer will yield. Senator Champion.
Senator Limmer, will you be so kind as to show me in Senate file number 3 where that information collected will be broken down by race?
Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, Senator Champion, I do not see any reference to race. That does not preclude the central location of where that would be held by either the DPS or Post Board or whoever. BCA is holding this. So they can add that if they wish, but the basic information by the FBI request is here in this bill.
Mr. President.
Senator Champion.
Will Senator Limmer continue to yield for a question?
Senator Limmer will continue to yield. Senator Champion.
Senator Limmer, it sounds like you were taking liberty with your semantics and saying what could be a part of it, but your bill doesn't, or this bill doesn't reflect any of the notions that you put forward. In fact, Senator Limmer, can you tell me where in the bill does it say that the data collected will also include what officers have been using use of force? Can you tell me where that is in the bill as well?
Senator Champion, can you please repeat your question for Senator Limmer?
Senator Limmer, I realize that you were talking to your colleagues, so perhaps I will ask this again. And thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to repeat my question. Senator Limmer, you said, can you show me in the bill where it says that the data collected will also include the officer who was involved in the use of force incident, that use of force incident that resulted in serious bodily harm or death?
Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, if my memory serves me correctly, this is rather aggregate data, not individual. Certainly, any police officer that gets involved in any type of deadly force or serious bodily injury would be in a public record at that local police department. It may even be held by the BCA. But nevertheless, I was told that the FBI does have the breakdown of race in their records. That's how they separate that information, and they break it down there.
Mr.
Senator
President,
Champion.
Here's what I would ask and say, Mr. President. Of course, we believe that data that is collected, if it has all the necessary information, that we can then use that information in a meaningful way. Let's say, for an example, if there was a collection of data that broke things down by race, like who was on the receiving end of that use of force that resulted in serious bodily harm. Was it a person of color? Where were they from? Was it the same officer? Was any of the information used by the police departments by which to lodge an internal affairs investigation? Information taken that is pertinent, makes sense, but the information that is talked about in Senate file number 3 does not require any of the pertinent information to be given. And in fact, Senator Limmer, from his own very mouth, used the word may. The word may, when you see it in legislation or proposals, means that someone has discretion. It does not mean that they are required to provide that information. Therefore, there's the possibility that we are getting information that cannot be used in any real way. So with that being said, thank you, Senator Limmer, for yielding. Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to speak. Colleagues, I ask that you join me in voting down this particular bill because it doesn't do anything other than window dressing.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to address what Senator Champion was just speaking about. In his bill, Senate File number 3, Senator Limmer smartly referred to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We actually need to comply with what the feds are asking. And when you look at the report that they ask us to file with the feds, the National Use of Force data collection must include incident information, subject information, and officer information. So we go everything from the date and time of the incident to the officer, who was it an ambush? Did the officer approach the individual? It gets to be a very, very detailed list to give you a full picture of what's actually going on. So I know it doesn't exactly say that in the bill, but it does reference the federal FBI investigation standards here, and in order to be in compliance with them, we have to have the full picture. So I hope that answers your question a little further, Senator Champion.
Any further discussion on Senate File 3 as amended? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File number 3, a bill for an act relating to public safety.
Third reading. Final discussion on the bill. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't not going to respond to that last point, but I think it is important to just mention that there's nothing that would stop us from building into the requirement for this reporting mechanism, tracking incidents by race. And in fact, if you were to read through the number of great reports that have been developed by various task forces, including the 21st Century report on policing that I referenced earlier, it is very, very important to make sure that we're getting all the data and we're understanding the nature of the interactions that police have differentiated by race. And so there would be nothing that would stop us from doing that. That's an important measure. Data is an important tool to know and measure what exactly is going on for transparency and the like. So there's, other than that deficiency, this is generally not a terrible idea, as was House File 1, which we are going to come back to. But again, Mr. President, I'm waiting for the sweeping reform. I'm waiting for the transformation that was promised when the challenge was put to us by Senator Hayden on the opening day and promised to us by the majority leader. I'm holding in my hand a list of 21 bills that have been introduced in this special session, all introduced by the People of Color and Indigenous People Caucus. How many of these bills have been heard by the majority? None. Not a single one of them. How much conversation was there with the Posse Caucus before this 5-bill package was developed? how much conferring was done, which of them are co-authors on these bills? None of them. How much consultation was done with the communities in Minneapolis and St. Paul and the suburbs and beyond in putting together that package? Sitting down over coffee or over or in Zoom or any which way to really develop deep relationship and understanding, to seek to understand, and then to ask to be understood, as Senator Champion beautifully put earlier. None. There's an expression, Mr. President, it's weak tea. This is weak tea. We're waiting for sweeping change. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any final discussion on Senate File 3 as amended? Senator Champion.
Mr. President, briefly, I want to make sure that I truly articulate as much as possible why this bill and the bills that we are seeing tonight should not be adopted. When you look at Senate File number 3, because that's the one that we're looking at right now, when you look in Subdivision 2, it states a chief law enforcement officer must file the report under Subdivision 1. Well, what report? What specifics must this report have? It can be a form. Is it just the name of the agency and just a number? We don't know, because there's nothing here. There's no substance. Substance is important. And then I hear my colleagues being loose and fast with words. Words matter. That's why we sometimes have in law specificity, saying forms must include but not be limited to these things that we believe to be important. And we're policymakers. We always want information that's going to help us be responsible. This is irresponsible. This is another bill that's irresponsible and does not do anything in order to move us forward. And for that, I'm disappointed. So I'm asking my colleagues to vote against Senate File number 3.
Final discussion on Senate File 3 as amended. Any final comments on the bill? Seeing none, we're on final passage of Senate File 3 as amended. The Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, please come to the chamber to vote. Retiring room. Members in room 303, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 323, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 237, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll call on Senator Kent to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report no for Senator Carlson.
Senator Carlson votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Clausen.
Senator Clausen votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Eaton.
Senator Eaton votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Lane.
Senator Lane votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Latz.
Senator Latz votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Newton.
Senator Newton votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Rest.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Wickland.
Senator Wickland votes no. I'll now call on Senator Jasinski to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jensen votes aye.
Senator Jensen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Newman votes aye.
Senator Newman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Senjum votes aye.
Senator Senjum votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 31 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, I move that Senate file number 5, I believe. I'm sorry, excuse me. Mr. President, I move that Senate file number 49 be taken from the table.
On that motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. We'll take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations. Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails. Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 26, I designate Senate File 49 be made for special orders for immediate consideration.
Members, the bill up for consideration is Senate File 49. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate File 49 is titled the Law Enforcement Agency Hiring Information Access Expansion Bill, if you will. What this does, members, is something that I think everybody's going to be interested in looking at, and I think it's a good move in the right direction when it comes to doing backgrounds and histories of former employees. This bill expands the current law that requires law enforcement agencies to conduct thorough background investigations on applicants for employment as peace officers with the LEA, Law Enforcement Administrator. Current law authorizes LEAs to request employment information about the police officer applicants from the applicant's current or former employers. And the statute provides the specific process and requirements for doing so. Refusals by employers to release information about applicants is also covered under the current law and lays out that a sworn police officer may get ex parte order requiring the disclosure of the applicant's current or former employer. This bill expands the provisions listed above to also include employment candidates for other positions in law enforcement besides licensed peace officers such as administrative employees or jail staff. And members, you should know that they also deal with and have access to very sensitive information about individuals depending upon whatever, whether it be jail staff or other folks in administrative. So this is a real step in the, I think, in the right direction of making sure that those people that are working in our law enforcement field, not only just the sworn officers, but also the support staff. All other statutory standards will remain in place and must be followed. This bill will go into effect August 1st, of course. And members, during our discussion in the committee hearing, you should know that there were no opposition to this. And I, as a former law enforcement administrator, would appreciate having this when I was looking at potential employees that had come from someplace else. And to do a thorough background, as you know, is very important, and this will certainly help agencies button up that issue for sure. And it's really a step in the right direction. So I would ask for your support and stand for any questions.
Discussion on Senate File 49. Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I know we heard this bill in committee. It's not on the little cheat sheet up on top, but I know we heard it during committee, and like Senator Ingebrigtsen said, I don't even believe there were any questions asked. And so I think he adequately described the bill that more and more law enforcement agencies are, especially with the use of technology, you have so many other people that have access to private data, privileged data, and so you do want to do some background checks on them. I do have a quick question just for clarifying. So on section subdivision 5, section 3, subdivision 5, on line 2.6, I just want to clarify that, and I'll ask Senator Ingebrigtsen to yield because this might be a question.
Senator Ingebrigtsen will yield. Senator Dietzig.
So it talks about upon initiation of the background investigation under this section for the person described in subdivision 1, so that is the candidate for employment with the law enforcement agency, and so that candidate is not just an officer anymore, it could be any candidate person. The law enforcement agency shall give written notice to the Peace Officers Training Board of the candidate's name and then the peace officer's name. And so if the candidate is not a peace officer and they don't have a peace, and the peace officer's license is known, do we need to change that on line 210? Because if the candidate isn't a peace officer, it's not just that their license number is not known, it should be, either if known or if applicable. So I'm wondering if that needs to be changed on line 210.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator, for those questions. And when we're talking about other personnel, I think it's pretty clear in the legislation that's before us that other folks would be included as well. Of course, they're not going to have a peace officer's license number. They're going to be in a just a plain, could be a statistician, could be a corrections officer, and again, they're not generally certified or do not have a license, but they would be required to give all the information that would be needed to do a sound and good background when it comes to employment.
Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Ingebrigtsen, do you think we need to change that on line 210 and say if known or if applicable so that people know that if you are not because if you're a candidate but you are not a peace officer, you don't have that license number, and so I don't know if that's a problem or not, so.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator, I believe in the number 1 is the one that actually covers that employee. The second one pertains to the police officer's license officer. It's already in statute, so.
Senator
Okay.
Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we passed ban the box a few years ago, and so to refresh everybody's memory, that was you could still before lots of forms, when you filled out, had the little box, and you had to check it right away if you were convicted of any crime. And so we banned the box, and so we said, you can still ask that question, but it can't be on the front end, it has to be on the back end. So on this disclosure of information, and so all of this background check, is this on the back end again as opposed to the front end so that you are eliminating people right away? Or is this kind of when somebody is along on the process that then they go and have that background check as they're getting further along? So you probably don't do background checks on everybody that applies, but I'm assuming it's to the later on candidates. But could you, will Senator Ingebrigtsen yield?
Senator Ingebrigtsen will yield. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Can you clarify that this is similar? Thank you, Mr. President. Can you clarify that this is similar to Ban the Rocks, and so this is on the back end, or as you get closer to the hiring?
Yeah.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Mr. President, Senator, yes, no, we're not banning the, we're not doing that at all. We're not changing that whatsoever.
I think
Senator
that is,
Witek, right?
I think that is, so one other final question. So again, we heard this in judiciary. It's not a bad bill, but could you just explain to me, we've heard tonight from members of the Posse Caucus, and I've heard from my constituents and others that they want to transform, they want change, they want real change. And where this is a good bill, how is this change? I mean, I know I had several bills. A lot of them, unfortunately, were scheduled to be heard the week that we shut down due to COVID, and so I understand why they're not being here, because we didn't actually hear them. But how is this bill part of a reform package versus just a bill to move forward?
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And frankly, this is an absolute wonderful bill. If the Posse doesn't go along with this, I don't quite understand why they wouldn't. I guess neither here nor there. I know that being an administrator, law enforcement administrator at one time, I didn't have access to this information. And I'll give you an example, and I think that'll probably clear it up. There are a lot of, not a lot, there's some chiefs and sheriffs that actually give an employee an opportunity to resign simply because they may feel compelled to do that. They may be the job just isn't for them, and they feel compelled to give them an opportunity to resign. That's not going to be a statistic. That's not going to go out there anywhere. There's not going to be anything written about that. So they'll go right on down the line and they'll apply someplace else, and you can't get a hold of that data. This will actually allow us to contact that sheriff or that chief and say, what was the issue with this employee, if there was any? And they have to give that information.
Senator Dietzek.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Ingebrigtsen yield?
Senator Ingebrigtsen will continue to yield. Senator Dietzek.
Thank you. This is my last question. So to clarify that, and I believe that is in subdivision 3. So normally, if I'm going to go apply for a job, my former employer, lots of times nowadays, they just give generic information. They don't give details for a variety of different reasons. Under this bill, is that former employer required to give the law enforcement agency that information?
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Mr. President and Senator, I understand that it does, but however, they could stop it through an ex parte, the way I understand it, order. They could actually not allow that to happen, but that's happened too often, quite frankly, in this profession, where somebody, agrees to leave, or we're going to have to send you to remedial training or whatever, or it's just not working out, and they sign a document that they're not. Well, they don't have to do that either. They can just resign. And if it's for reasons that, obviously that should go down the line with that person, I think they should be compelled to tell that.
One more follow-up. Will Senator Ingebrigtsen continue to yield?
Senator Ingebrigtsen will yield.
Okay, that just raised one other question. So if for some reason the person was in their previous job, left for under any number of circumstances and signed a non-disclosure agreement, how does this language impact that? So if you left a job and you signed a non-disclosure agreement, how does this impact that? And then the follow-up question to the previous one, so even if you didn't sign a non-disclosure agreement, but you may have left under differencing opinions of terms and your employer filled out the information, does it give the employee, I'm assuming the new employer might want to ask them some questions, but it doesn't look like we're just kind of leaving that up to the hiring process?
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator. That question, I guess, never did come up. I don't exactly know how to answer that. I'd have to be very honest with you. But if there's a non-disclosure agreement with the sheriff and the chief, I guess that would have to be honored. I'm guessing.
Senator Dziedzic.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think, again, if this bill moves forward, and I know there were different advocates behind this bill, and I would encourage them to look into that because I do think that is potentially an issue. I'm not in favor of non-disclosure agreements, but they do happen, and so I think we do need to look at it to address that. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill, Senator Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think I guess I can respond to the question about the Posse Caucus not being supportive. I'm not speaking on behalf of every member. They can speak for themselves on the floor here. But I would say that I would not be supportive of this bill, and this is why. What happened in our state deserves a response that is adequate with what happened. And if I go and meet the family members of people who have been impacted by racial inequity, police brutality, and I said I passed Senate File 49 to expand law enforcement hiring information, I don't think I can do that. I don't think I could look at them in the eye and say, that was my response to your suffering, to the death of your family member. Let's remember, George Floyd lost a life, and another person lost a father. He lost Gianna Floyd, who was 6 years old. And if this is the bill that we're going to pass the Senate and act like we did something in remembrance of a wrong, then this is my response. No, this is not good enough. It might be good policy. Let's leave it for a different session, a different year, but this is not a need to happen to reform or transform what's happened in our state. So those are just my responses, and I hope that Senator Ingebrigtsen can understand that that is why a lot of us would vote against this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill, Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I could not have said it any better than Senator Franzen and also Senator Dziedzic. But I'm going to try to help just a little here. Mr. President, I offer the A50 amendment.
Senator Champion offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Champion moves to amend Senate File 49 as follows, page 1 after line 4, insert. This is the A50 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Champion.
Mr. President, the A50 amendment just does something simple. One is make sure that when individuals are applying to be on the post board or any other board, that the application process does not include some language asking whether they have been convicted of a crime. It doesn't necessarily mean that that information can't be covered later, but it should not be a part of the initial process. So that includes and applies to those appointed to Chapter 15, to boards, commissions, agencies, committees, councils, authorities, courts, advisory task forces, and advisory council. I just think that it's important to make sure that we are being consistent with our law and making sure that people can be judged on their skills and qualifications, and that there's no tricks that would undermine the ability to have that diverse group of people participate on any task force and any board as it pertains to some of the work that needs to be done here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Discussion on the A50 amendment. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Champion. With regards to the A50 amendment, I think it should be known that this bill came forward with an awful lot of consideration by different departments, and I would make a note that it is supported by the Minnesota Sheriff's Association in its current form. Also that Representative Pinto sponsored the bill in the other body during regular session this year. So I think the bill, without an amendment, should be moved forward. This is something that probably could be considered if this turns into a conference committee situation. But so for that reason, I would like to respectfully say no to the amendment and just move this bill forward and continue to work on it. If Senator Champion would so like to do that, I'm committed to working with him on it.
Further discussion on the A50 amendment. Senator Champion.
Mr. President, thank you, Senator Engelbrechtson. We can continue to work on it, but I hope that you'll pass it today, and we can continue to work on some other important things later. And I am asking for a roll call vote, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any further discussion on the A50 amendment? Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, as I'm looking at this particular amendment, I'm wondering if it does not meet a germaneness standard. The original bill is focusing on employment regarding law enforcement agencies wishing to seek a background check on a potential employer, and the amendment happens to take it in a little different direction, a change of scope, focusing on boards, commissions, agencies, committees, councils, authorities, courts, advisory task forces, and advisory councils. It goes in a different direction and expands this bill considerably.
Senator Limmer, are you raising a point of order, or are you suggesting that it?
I am, Mr. President.
So Senator Limmer raises a point of order that the amendment is not germane advice. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to provide you some advice. If you look at the title, it clearly is applicable. This particular statute, 364.021, is ban the box. It already talks about employment and making sure that when folks apply, that that they cannot be judged on their past, and so it's applicable for employment. And in fact, if you look in Senate File number 49, the subdivision 2 talks about employment information. Then if you look at section 2, where it says refusal to disclose personnel records and also criminal background checks, notice of investigations, that's around background checks. It clearly says upon initiation of a background investigation. And it also uses the words background check, right? So, Mr. President, we believe that it's applicable. This bill also talks about peace officer standards and training board, and it's germane. So we would ask that you will find Senator Limmer's point of order not well taken.
Further advice, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also rise to offer advice. Mr. President, I just want to start by saying that this does have to do with consideration of criminal records. That's exactly what Senator Engelbrechtson's bill does. And Senator Engelbrechtson also described his bill as being wonderful and an important part of community police reform, but I don't see that his bill in any way moves the ball forward. This, in fact, does, because it's an important piece in which people who have been otherwise excluded from being able to offer their full gifts and talents and time could perhaps be allowed to offer themselves to public service. Looking at the rule of germaneness, it says that a non-germane amendment includes one that relates to a substantially different subject or is intended to accomplish a substantially different purpose than that of the original bill to which it is proposed. Senator Limmer offered in his advice that somehow this had a different scope. The germaneness rule doesn't pertain to scope. pertains to substantially different purposes. This is a very, very similar purpose, speaking about those instances in which a background check is worthy of consideration or not. It is germane. It is in alignment with Senate File 49. I would request that you rule accordingly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further advice, Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, my two colleagues have been talking that it may be a substantially same subject, but it is a different purpose. As you can see in Rule 35.2, subparagraph 2, it's not germane when it's intended to accomplish a substantially different purpose. The purpose of the bill is focused on a background check for law enforcement personnel that are not police officers. It's the administrative staff. It could be a correction officer's staff in a prison. And yet, if you look closely at the amendment goes in a completely different direction. Boards, commissions, agencies, committees, councils, those are all where citizens provide oftentimes their enrollment in advisory task force, advisory councils. It's not an employment, so to speak. It's commissions and agencies, not law enforcement. Law enforcement is completely separate and very specific. This goes in a much broader direction, and as I see in 35.2, paragraph 2, a different purpose.
I rule that the point of order is well taken and the amendment is not germane. Members, we're back on Senate File 49. Any further discussion? Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had rose in order to make one last final comment before you made a decision, but that's because you were quick on the gavel, and I appreciate it. Mr. President?
Senator Champion, I had all the advice I needed, but thank you.
But
Senator
just that
Champion.
one last opportunity, Mr. President. Mr. President, to my colleagues, I'm asking you to vote no on this bill because it does nothing in order to help us move our great state forward. As Senator Franzen so eloquently articulated, why we are here, and we should be making substantive, meaningful changes for the benefit of Minnesotans. And this fails to do it, as has the other Senate files that we've heard thus far. So thank you, Mr. President.
Any discussion before we go to third reading? The Secretary will give Senate File 49 its third reading.
Senate File Number 49, a bill for an act relating to public safety.
Third reading. Final discussion on the bill. Senator Hayden.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I just rise also to say that I don't think that we should vote on this bill. I think that there was plenty of time this legislative session to go through Senator Limmer's committee and figure out little sundry items or things, or federal compliance things that they need to do. We got precious little time left if we listen to the majority leader in terms of how long we're going to be here. And I think that time should be spent on substantive, transformative law enforcement changes, not things just along the way, things that they picked up here and there from the House. We should really stay focused. And I think that Senator Franzen and Senator Champion has really continued to say that on this bill. And Senator Disick continues to do what they normally do if this was just a bill during the regular session. So we had a whole regular session, figure out what we need to do, and if we didn't get our work done then we should really focus on the reason that why we're here is to make substantive and substantial and transformative change in the law enforcement community and the criminal justice community, not simply to just kind of pick a few things and make ourselves feel like we've done something here. So I would also tell the body that this is not worth it, and let's get to work. Let's hopefully the next bills we can get some good amendments on there, get them to working, and then show the world who's watching, the state that's watching, the nation that's watching, the Minnesota Senate is ready to make those transformative changes.
Final discussion on the bill. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, what are we doing here? I'm almost embarrassed that we're sitting here talking about this bill as if somehow it's going to bring about any appreciable difference in the world as we know it today. I mean, honest to Pete, we're talking about doing background checks for candidates for employment with a law enforcement agency who are not themselves sworn officers. Members, is this going to do anything to bring about that vision that so many people took to the streets, that they carry a vision of a future where we don't wake up to a video with looking at an officer with his knee on the neck of a black man on a street in the middle of Minneapolis? Is this the bill that's going to do that? Because we're doing background checks on people who are applying to work for a law enforcement agency who are not themselves sworn officers? Members, we're not here to play. We're not here to nibble around. This isn't even nibbling around the edges. I don't even know what we're doing here with this bill. We're holding this out as a part of the package of police transformation so that we have greater public safety in our communities. Sweeping reform. Members, I don't even know what to say. Senator Ingebrigtsen asked why he can't imagine why the Posse Caucus wouldn't love this bill and vote for it. Well, Senator Ingebrigtsen didn't ask the Posse Caucus. That's why he doesn't know. He didn't even ask them. He didn't confer with them. He didn't ask them to develop this package. So here we are, talking about a nothing bill, trying to represent it as some sort of reform in police-community relations. It doesn't even come close.
Members, final discussion on Senate File 49. We're on final passage of Senate File 49. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, this is not the answer to everything. Of course it isn't. However, let me just use this officer that had his knee on Mr. Floyd. What if he came from someplace else where he had the same problem and the boss they didn't disclose that information? What if he was hired without the Minneapolis Police Department knowing that he had some bad things in his closet in a former employment? What if? So don't tell me it's not important. It's very important. Who's to know? It may have changed. It may have changed the whole thing. I'm not saying it is. I'll never agree with what happened on the street that night. Never. But if that could be avoided by a simple background, it seems too easy, but nevertheless, it's still a good policy. So, thank you, and I ask for support of the bill.
Members, we're on final passage of Senate File 49. Seeing no further, Senator Dietzich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Ingebrigtsen yield? And I apologize for standing up at the end. It just raised some questions with me. So my understanding of this bill is it's for non-sworn officers. And so the officer who had his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck, if he was applying to be an officer, he is still required to get a background check. But this bill is for if you are not a sworn officer, but another person working for an agency. I just want to clarify that.
Senator, do you have a question for Senator Ingebrigtsen?
Yeah, will Senator Ingebrigtsen yield?
Will yield. Senator Dietzich.
Yep. I just want to clarify that this bill is for non-sworn officers, because the officer with his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck, he would be required to get a background check if he was going to work for another agency or when he applied for Minneapolis. But this is for non-sworn officers. And then I noticed so like when line 1.18, the sworn officer is crossed out. And so are they covered under another bill? Or how does that work?
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig, it does include police officer. It does. I don't know where you're led to believe that it does not, but it does.
Thank you.
Any final discussion? Members, we're on final passage of Senate File 49. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 303, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 323, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 237, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. All right, members, I'm going to call on Senator Kent. We are under a roll call vote. Please, after you vote, exit the chamber. or keep your discussions to yourself, I guess. I'll now call on Senator Kent to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report no for Senator Carlson.
Senator Carlson votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Clausen.
Senator Clausen votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Eaton.
Senator Eaton votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Lane.
Senator Lane votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Latz.
Senator Latz votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Newton.
Senator Newton votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Rest.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Wickland.
Senator Wickland votes no. I'll now call on Senator Benson to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Benson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jensen votes yes.
Senator Jensen votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Senator Newman votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Senjum votes aye.
Senator Senjum votes aye. Senator Benson.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 31 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, I move Senate File Number 104 be taken from the table.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed say no. We'll take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations.
Just a minute.
Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails. Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, I move that an urgency be declared within the meaning of Article 4, Section 19 of the Constitution of Minnesota with respect to Senate File 104, and that the rules of the Senate be so far suspended as to give Senate File 104 its third reading and placed on final passage.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed say no. We'll take a pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations. Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails. Members, we now have Senate File 104 in front of us. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, special session Senate File 104 is a bill that addresses use of force policies by police officers. In recent weeks, there's been a number of conversations about the issues of race, discrimination, prejudice, law enforcement, and how local units of government have handled these issues recently. Again, in those conversations about the relationship between law enforcement and the communities they police, we in the state must talk about the use of force. Something has to change. It's become clear that sometimes the state needs to step in when a local unit of government fails to act or address an obvious problem. We are doing so today by directing the Peace Officer Standard and Training Board, known as the POST Board, to update their use of force policy. At a minimum, we as a state must step in and ban what happened to George Floyd's case. A police officer should absolutely not be restricting a person's airway or kneeling on any person's neck when the person's handcuffed or incapacitated, or a person who's not resisting arrest, or one who is threatening others with violence. Under current law, every state and local law enforcement agency in Minnesota must have a use of force policy in place, and annual training on this policy is mandatory. The Post Board already has a model policy, and it's used by local agencies that they may use, but now with this bill, local agencies will be required to adopt an updated version. We have heard from neighborhood residences, business owners affected by recent riots, and we're acting swiftly by telling the Post Board our expectations of what the minimum standards need to include, but leaving the exact details to the Post Board, who have the experience that we in the legislature do not have. In updating the policy, the Post Board must include sanctity of life standards, including a duty to intervene if an officer sees another using excessive force, a duty to report observed uses of excessive force, and banning chokeholds and neck restraints that restrict airways. At the same time, we do understand there is a balance because we do not want to prevent a peace officer from saving a human life when a violent person is intent on killing someone. Now, in this bill, we are asking that the board that licenses peace officers to write the policy that will help local agencies be accountable to the citizens they serve, many of which do not have the problems of the city of Minneapolis. But because of the problems in Minneapolis, this is now the situation we are in a state, and we must address and complete the policy direction. Additionally, this approach then adds this new sanctity of life elements of chokeholds and accountability to the annual training that law enforcement is already required to do. What we are doing here today, requiring a uniform policy, does not end there, because it then must be adopted by local units of government and acknowledged by law in a written form. There's also a concern that if the Post Board does not take the lead on this model policy, many smaller law enforcement agencies simply will not be able to do this, work quickly or entirely on their own. And we recognize those as legitimate concerns by our smaller law enforcement agencies across the state. Moving this direction gives the heavy lifting to the Post Board, which can use their collective expertise and their rulemaking staff position we funded last year for just this type of work to provide the framework that we want to see in uniform policy. We also know that the Post Board has had discussions about this very subject as well. This bill does not conclude our work, but becomes a part of a larger conversation in those local, ongoing conversations about race, the value of human life, respect and dignity for our fellow citizens, accountability, and developing positive community-building relationships between citizens and police. Senate File 104 is before you, and I will stand for questions, Mr. President.
Discussion on Senate File 104. Senator Champion.
Mr. President, thank you so much for allowing me to rise to ask a couple questions. Will Senator Limmer yield for a question?
Senator Limmer will yield. Senator Champion.
Senator Limmer, I heard your speech and what you outlined, and there are things in your recitation that I did agree with. And you almost made me, Senator Limmer and Mr. President, think that your bill, Senate File number 104, really was about making some substantive changes to the current use of force law, which would have been a step in the right direction. And you have some language that I agree with, but it seems to fall short. And so, Senator Limmer, my first question to you is, in Subdivision 1A, you say, and you've written, by September 1st, 2020, the board, in consultation with interested parties, shall adopt an updated, comprehensive written model, policy on the use of force. So, Senator Limmer, my first question is, can you tell me the composition of the board and whether there are any people of color on that board? And give me a definition of consultation, because I want to make sure that we are on the same page. I don't know if your consultation means to inform versus some opportunity for interested parties, and define interested parties for me, who the board would be in consultation with, first of all. Those are my first questions, Senator Limmer.
Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, we're looking that up on the composition of the board, Mr. President and Senator Champion. We'll get that answer for you as soon as we can. Keep in mind that the board is completely appointed by the governor of the state of Minnesota. In this case, I do believe that all of the members of the Post Board have been appointed by either, well, most of them I think are Governor Mark Dayton over the last 8 years that he's served. And I don't recall if Governor Walz has appointed, yes, he has appointed, no, I cannot say that. I do not know if Governor Walz has appointed anyone in his 2 years of being on the, in office at this time. But we'll look that up for you too. Interested parties would be anyone that the board would be interested in talking to. They certainly want the advice of many people. They need that for direction. And quite honestly, I believe it's consultation with interested parties is there in the bill simply because they want to give them flexibility to reach out to other people. I do have board members, Mr. President. Right now, according to the law, the board is composed of the following 15 members. We did accept an amendment earlier of Senator Franzen, who wanted 2 more, and we accepted that, but that's not in effect yet. So let's stay with the 15 members. 2 members to be appointed by the governor from among the county sheriffs in Minnesota. 4 members be appointed by the governor from among peace officers in Minnesota municipalities. 2 members to be appointed by the governor from among peace officers. At least 1 shall be a member of the Minnesota State Patrol. Superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. 2 members appointed by the governor from among peace officers or former peace officers, 2 members to be appointed by the governor, 1 member to be appointed from among administrators of Minnesota colleges or universities, 1 member to be appointed from among the elected city officials in statutory or home rule charters, 2 members to be appointed by the governor from among the general public, and a chair will be appointed by the governor from among those members. That is part and parcel everything that gives us reference to what is composed of the post board.
Mr. President,
Senator Champion.
will Senator Limmer continue to yield?
Senator Limmer will continue to yield. Senator Champion.
So, Senator Limmer, what you're saying, well, maybe I should ask this question. I shouldn't just assume this question. Senator Limmer, how many people of color are on that board as it currently exists?
Well, Mr.
Senator
President,
Limmer.
Mr. President, Senator Champion, the law does not give us reference to that. The law does not have a requirement for people of color. This appears to be people that are from a variety of professions that could give direction for law enforcement practice and nothing more.
Senator Limmer?
Senator Champion.
Will Senator Limmer continue to yield?
Senator Limmer will continue to yield.
Senator Limmer, I'm quite sure that you have the ability to Google, or maybe a member of your staff can quickly go to that page, and I'm sure there are pictures on that page that will tell you, or at least share with you, if there are any people of color on that site. So I would ask that you do that. But while you're doing that, I thought I would ask this other question, Senator Limmer. Senator Limmer, in subdivision 1A1, you talk about a duty for peace officers to intercede, and then also in paren 2, you talk about a duty for peace officers to report any illegal use. Senator Limmer, can you tell me and show me in your legislation what happens if the officer fails to report or to intervene when they see one of their colleagues perhaps performing badly? That's my question for Senator Limmer, Mr. President.
Senator Limmer will yield. Senator
Give me a moment, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Senator Limmer.
and Senator Champion, in this bill, there is the direction of what to do and what not to do. I do not see a reference. However, if there's, Mr. President and Senator Champion, there does not appear to be a reference to a consequence.
Mr. President?
Senator Champion.
Will Senator Limmer continue to yield?
Senator Limmer will yield. Senator Champion.
And isn't it also true, Senator Limmer, that even under current law, there is no consequence for an officer who fails to intercede, or a law enforcement officer or peace officer who fails to report any illegal use of force by another peace officer? Isn't that right, Senator Limmer?
Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, Senator Champion, if I can back you up to the last question you asked. In the event that the police officer fails to intercede or report, and it rises to a criminal nature, then in some cases it would be aiding and abetting charge, which of course you know is a criminal activity. It's just like the 3 remaining officers that were involved and charged by the Attorney General recently. What was your last question?
Senator Champion.
So I was saying that even in current law, because you started going down the road, Senator Limmer, of talking about if the person's behavior rises to such a degree and there is aiding and abetting a criminal offense, But are you conceding also, Senator Limmer, that there's no disciplinary action that can be taken by the post board or anyone else right now, because there's nothing in statute or in law that would say what would be a legitimate consequence for a person failing to report or to intercede? And if you say that there is, please give me the statutory reference.
Mr. President,
Senator Limmer.
Senator Champion, that type of activity does not preclude there would be disciplinary action by the department that they work in, or an employment sanction of some sort.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. But we're clear, Senator Limmer, from your answer that there's nothing in your bill or in some other area outside of a criminal charging for a person to be, for a peace officer to be held responsible if they fail to intercede when present and observing another peace officer using force that is clearly beyond what is objectively reasonable, and if that same person or a different person fails to report any illegal use of force by another peace officer. So we are clear about there's nothing in this bill for that.
Mr. President.
I'll let him answer. Mr. President.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe you said that if it was objectively reasonable if they exceeded their activity, they would be subject to some kind of sanction. If it entered into criminal behavior, a criminal act, they would be responsible for that act. If it was something less, it would be up to the employer, in this case a department, in order to react. The Post Board does not have a policy to sanction individual officers right now, but that's not what this bill covers.
And Mr.
Senator
President,
Champion.
and you're right, Senator Limmer, that's not what this bill does, and that's the problem, because there's no teeth. You decided not to give the Post Board the authority and the opportunity to discipline an officer short of a prosecuting authority bringing a charging that person with a criminal act. That's a part of the challenge here. Will Senator Limmer continue to yield for a question, Mr. President?
He will continue to yield. Senator Champion.
Senator Limmer, I am looking now at line 2.3 of your bill, and on the very first line it says, by November 1st, 2020, each chief law enforcement officer shall establish and enforce an updated comprehensive written plan. Now, can you tell me how many law enforcement agencies we have in the state of Minnesota, Senator Limmer?
Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, I do not know the exact number. I would imagine it's quite large, with every little town that might have a constable or a police officer in it. I'm not quite sure why that would be important in this particular bill.
Well, Mr.
Senator
President,
Champion.
If Senator Limmer will continue to yield for a question, I will help. Senator Limmer, because your language says each law enforcement agency officer shall establish and enforce an updated comprehensive written plan, which means that you, under your bill, would allow all of these law enforcement agencies to have a different plan. There's no specific model that they have to adhere to. In fact, on line 2.5, can you tell me, Senator Limmer, what would be considered an identical or substantively similar model plan as your language outlines on line 2.15? How similar can it be? How different can it be? And who makes that decision?
Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, I was focusing on a text that I just had. Could you please repeat that question?
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will try again. Senator Limmer, I started off saying that the reason why, because you said you didn't understand why it was important for me to know how many different law enforcement agencies we have in the state of Minnesota. And I answered by saying because on line 2.3, it says each chief law enforcement agency, which means each and every one of them can have a different policy. And then when you look at line 2.5, it says that it must be enforced by officers within the agency that is identical or substantively similar to the model policy required under paragraph A. So my question is, how do you define identical, and or how do you define substantively similar to the model policy under paragraph A?
Oh, Mr.
Senator
President.
Limmer.
Mr. President, identical means identical. If the department has a policy that's exactly the same as the post board, the post board's model legislation or direction, that would be identical. We're giving the departments, the smaller departments, a little flexibility. Not every police department is the same. Not everyone has the same issues. But nevertheless, we want them to mirror as closely as possible the policies outlined by the post board in order to bring uniformity to the state of Minnesota, as well as equal and uniform prosecution by the separate judicial districts as well.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Limmer continue to yield?
He will. Senator Champion.
Senator Limmer, you would agree then that once you start introducing words like identical or substantively similar, it creates differences and confusion, and so it no longer becomes a uniform model, because some people will be given permission to go off and do their own thing. And Senator Limmer, one of the things that this bill does not do, it does not change the standard when it comes to use of force. And if it does, please outline for me where the standard changes. Because here's the importance of the standard that isn't highlighted in your bill. Because it's important to change the standard because it modifies the conditions under which a police officer can legally use deadly force from times when it's reasonable to when it's necessary. You talked about the sanctity of life, which seems to suggest that this particular legislation moves in the direction of changing the standard, which we should. Because the change in language and the spirit of that measure, if you were to change that language, encourages de-escalation and other crisis management methods that are clearly attempts to do what? Induce greater restraint from officers. We need to induce greater restraints from officers. Ideally, and I believe that it will change police culture and extend the downward trend in the number of fatalities at the hands of officers in Minnesota if we were to change the language, which your bill does not do. And additionally, I'm going to offer an amendment that I believe that adoption of this amendment makes officers like others accountable and more feasible for prosecutors to prosecute officers for homicide or bad behavior. The only thing my amendment misses, which we can do, is provide specifics as to what are some of the things officers should consider when they're looking at the totality of the circumstance. So with that being said, I would like to offer the A51 amendment.
Senator Champion offers the A51 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Champion moves to amend Senate File Number 104 as follows, page 1 before line 6, insert. This is the A51 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. The first thing my amendment does is talk about the legislative intent, because it's important for the general public and all to know why we believe this to be important. So that's why it says the legislature hereby finds and declares the following: that the authority to use deadly force conferred on peace officers by this section is a critical responsibility that shall be exercised judiciously and with respect for human rights and dignity, and for the sanctity, which is the language you used earlier, of every human life. The legislature further finds and declares that every person has a right to be free from excessive use of force by officers acting under the color of law. Secondly, as set forth above, it is the intent of the legislature that peace officers use deadly force only when necessary in defense of human life. In determining whether deadly force is necessary, officers shall evaluate each situation in light of the particular circumstances of each case and shall use other available resources and techniques if reasonably safe and feasible to an objectively reasonable officer. And in 3, it talks about that decision by by peace officer to use deadly force shall be evaluated from the perspective of a reasonable officer in the same situation based on the totality of the circumstances known to or perceived by the officer at the time, rather than with the benefit of hindsight, and that the totality of circumstances shall account for occasions when officers may be forced to make quick judgments about using deadly force. Number 4, which is also equally as important, peace officers shall exercise special care when interacting with individuals with physical, mental health, developmental, or intellectual disabilities, as an individual's disability may affect the individual's ability to understand or comply with commands from peace officers. That's important. And in subdivision 2, deadly force by a peace officer in the line of duty is justified only when the officer reasonably believes, based on the totality of the circumstances, that such force is necessary. And on page 2, you will see some additional language that talks about the officer's need to take special care, and also when someone is running or escaping and not coming towards an officer, what care and what standards should be looked at. And last but certainly not least, a peace officer shall not use deadly force against a person based on the danger the person poses to self, if an objectively reasonable officer will believe the person does not pose an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to the peace officer or to another person. Senator Limmer, that is my amendment. That's the A51 amendment. If we really want to honor where we are right now and the work that is necessary in order to make sure that we don't have a repeat of George Floyd or Philando Castile or anyone else that you can put on that line, and for the benefit of others, all Minnesotans, not just black men, but others who may be suffering from mental health issues. This is the time, here's the opportunity, and I hope that you would understand that the A51 amendment is appropriate. So Senator Limmer, I know that you're being loved on by our great Senator Rude over there, and I'm not sure if you have the ability to hear me, but I hope that you have the ability to read at the same time and adopt, as a friendly amendment, the A51 amendment.
Discussion on the A51 amendment. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was trying to catch up to all of the language on your amendment. Senator Champion, I noticed that you have an amendment that really doesn't fit into the policy direction of our current bill. You make reference to 609, Chapter 609, which is criminal law, and our particular bill is focused on Chapter 626. Your bill is on criminal law, and the bill before us is on post-port administration. The finding, which we usually don't put into Minnesota law, regarding legislative intent, seems to be, at least it's been referenced to me, as a collection of snippets from case law. And in our particular bill before us, Senate File 104, we cheat a little bit. We do have a little bit of a legislative intent in this bill as well. And you can find it on lines 112 to 14. The model policy must recognize and respect the sanctity and value of all human life, the need to treat everyone with dignity and without prejudice. I don't know why you'd be opposed to that statement at a minimum. And then it goes into the policy of requiring officers to intercede and to report. Senator Champion, your amendment, I'm going to suggest that we simply vote no. I don't think it's the proper statement for what we have before us today. It's a technical reason, but I don't believe it fits.
Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A51 amendment. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I hope Senator Limmer changes his mind and adopts this amendment. Because as you do say, when you look at your subdivision 1A, it talks about the sanctity of life and the importance of that, as does my amendment. Senator Limmer, I believe that my A51 improves and builds on what you started. But it doesn't quite go far enough without my A51 amendment. And Senator Limmer, I hope that you would also give some additional consideration to the fact that there should be teeth in legislation and in the law when it comes to an individual who is a peace officer who observes something that is wrong, and if they fail to intervene and if they fail to report, that there should be a consequence. Why do I say that, Senator Limmer? I say that is because even in our public schools, even in our schools, if a social worker or a worker believes that a child has been neglected in any shape, form, or fashion, they are mandatory reporters. And there's a consequence if they do not report. How is it that we expect them to be mandatory reporters but not have the same responsibility for our peace officers who we hold near and dear to our hearts? As we do social workers, as we do psychologists, as we do teachers. Senator Limmer, this should not be a time to protect. It should be a time to help make sure that we all are safe and that we value the sanctity of life. And if someone fails to do so, they should be held responsible for that. So, Senator Limmer, I hope that you would change your mind, and I would ask all of my colleagues to support the A51 amendment.
Further discussion on the A51 amendment. Senator Torres-Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. I believe that this amendment is so important, and I appreciate what Senator Champion is trying to do. As a matter of fact, members, I believe that the legislation that we propose today, prescribing standards for the use of deadly force, actually is the most consequential of all. Because after all, this is precisely what we're trying to review. And Senate File 104 simply does not have any consequences. It's legislation that doesn't have any teeth. So we do not have really language in here that could change the outcome, that could put the direction of our law enforcement policy and the consequences and the actions in a different direction. So, in essence, we're doing nothing with this bill. Senator Champion is trying to change that. And I would like to ask, after hearing you, Senator Champion, I was given an article that was written today by the Star Tribune editorial board. Senator Champion, were you ever consulted by the Senate majority on this very important piece of legislation?
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Torres-Ray, I wasn't approached, asked any questions as to what I think. I was looking and waiting for the opportunity to work in a bipartisan way, because this should be something that's important for all of us as Minnesotans. whether you live in Duluth or whether you live in Maple Grove, whether you live in North Minneapolis. This is a Minnesota issue and something that we should respond to quickly and responsibly.
Thank you.
I heard Senator Franzen mention earlier that the whole world is watching us. That's true. But you know who else are watching us? Our children. And our children are looking at us and asking, what are we going to do in the midst of a crisis? And if we believe that we all matter, then we should really make sure that we put in place the parameters in order to make sure that our conduct lines up with what is responsible. And so I wasn't asked, and I always stood ready, willing, and able to have a discussion and be as helpful.
Thank you, Senator Champion.
Senator
If I may,
Torres-Ray.
thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the members of the Posse Caucus that are here, would Senator Hayden yield for a question? Senator Hayden, would you consulted on these very important piece of legislation?
Senator Hayden will yield. Senator Hayden.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and Senator Torres-Ray. No, I wasn't consulted on any of the provisions on any of the bills.
Thank you.
Senator Torres-Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Franzen, were you consulted on any piece, on any way about this piece of legislation?
Will yield. Senator Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Torres-Ray, no, I was not, and I actually do not reside in Minneapolis or St. Paul, but I have a business right off of Lake Street in Lindale. So our business was impacted, not my particular one, but the building we were in. So it would be nice to be involved in the issues that affect our daily lives. And I believe not just the Posse Caucus, but it was worded before that this might be a Minneapolis problem or a St. Paul problem. But unfortunately, I don't think anyone in that delegation of Minneapolis and St. Paul was consulted.
Thank you, Senator Franzen.
Senator Torres-Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Herr, would you yield for a question? Were you consulted on any of these issues?
Senator Herr will yield. Senator Herr.
Senator Torres-Ray, no, I have not been consulted, and even though that's not the case, as long as they consult with my Posse colleague, at the very least, that would add some importance to me. But I regret that even none of our members are consulted, and I believe strongly in that policy should be driven by the people that are suffering, and that are the member of the Posse Caucus.
Senator Torres-Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. The reason I'm asking this question, Mr. President and members, is because in this editorial board paper that was published today, it says that Senator Gazelka said that Senate Republicans had adopted proposals and consulted with people of color at an indigenous Posse Caucus. So I would like to ask Senator Gazelka if he will yield for a question.
Senator Gazelka will yield. Senator Torres-Ray.
Thank you. Senator Gazelka, I would like to know, first of all, who did you consult with? Because the Posse Caucus is here and they said, we have not been consulted, we have not been asked. But more importantly, Senator, I would like to ask if our opinion and the work that we do here with you actually matters to you. If you believe that we have an experience and knowledge of this policy that is actually worth consulting, if you actually believe that or know that we have worked on these issues for many, many, many years, and I presume that the reason you said that to the newspaper is because people know that, the public know that we care very deeply about these issues, and that we have some experience and some advice that we could provide. And that's why you were asked that very question, because the public believes that we hold that we have that experience. Could you tell us?
Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Torres-Ray. thought about your question, it actually surprises me. I just go back to 5 years ago when Democrats had the House, the Senate, and the governor, and none of these things were done. Nothing was done. And so I did go to inner city Minneapolis and St. Paul, I believe 6 times, 5 or 6 times, because I wanted to talk to the people, everyday people, all colors, to get their perspectives. And when I think about people of color, indigenous, I'm thinking about the people down there. A number of months ago, prior to all of this, a number of senators, myself, Senator Chamberlain, Senator Curran, we went to talk to a dozen or so people from the black community to ask them directly. And I was surprised that they said they really hadn't talked much to their own senators. And so we wanted to hear, and they were grateful that we were coming down there to listen to what the people down there were asking. I was surprised that virtually none of them said they wanted to get rid of the police. That surprised me because the Minneapolis City Council, 9 out of 12 members said, let's dismantle the police. Not the people I talked to. And so that's where I went to talk to people of color, indigenous, posse. I wasn't thinking about just the legislature, but the people that are actually down there, the people that were defending their own communities because the police weren't available, the people that had buildings destroyed and their lives destroyed as they had generation after generation of effort put into these businesses and then destroyed, the people that were asking about justice for George Floyd and why did this happen and why does this keep happening. And so it took all of those conversations back. And the governor called us back into an emergency session or special session, and it was to extend emergency powers. That was the main reason he was required to bring us back. But I said, let's not waste this opportunity. And it wasn't just me. Many, many senators, Republican and Democrat, that aren't from inner city went down there to find out for themselves what was going on. And I asked Senator Limmer, you know, special sessions are normally a day, and we extended it to 8 days. And I said, Senator Limmer, is there some way that we can move some bills right now that we think would make a difference? And so they literally looked to the language that was in House Democrat bills related to criminal justice reform and said, I think we could agree with this one. I think we could find that one. I think we could do this one. And came with 7 provisions, 5 actual bills. And we intentionally kept them small so that you could see, here's the issue, do you want to work with us or not? So today, all day today, I'm actually shocked at the resistance of these bills that we're actually trying to do after listening, that we've called a first step. We've said we're willing to keep going. And yet the opposition amazes me. I was surprised at the bill that was literally language from House Democrats on some reforms, and somehow that wasn't good enough because we carried it over here. And so, Senator Torres-Ray, I am listening, and I will still continue to listen. We need to be in this together. We've taken some steps forward here to say, let's walk together. Senator Torres-Ray, I tried to go to your district. I ended up meeting a few blocks over, and we did not end up meeting down there. But there, I did go down there to meet you. Senator Hayden and I are going to tour Minneapolis. It was a tour that I was asked to go to, and I asked Senator Hayden to join me so that we can walk together through some of these issues and really seek to understand. I went with Mayor Melvin Carter to tour inner city St. Paul, to join me, Republican and Democrat, black and white, to look at some of these issues and try to figure out what can we do now and what do we need to do in the future. And part of it was police accountability. Part of it's how do we figure out these small businesses that were destroyed, how do we get them up and running again. And we're reaching out, and we're asking you to reach out to us, and let's walk together. And whatever we can do right now in this short session, let's do it. And then let's keep working towards the reforms that we need.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Torres-Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Gazelka. I think it is important that I I do follow up on that because I do need my constituents to know. First of all, you heard our majority leader saying he will go out to our districts and he will listen to people in our districts, but he doesn't have the need to consult with us. That is as if I said, if something happens in rural Minnesota, I will selectively go to some places in rural Minnesota and ask people. I don't need to consult with the rural members that are here, because why would I? I could go myself and ask some people in rural Minnesota about your needs. Or I can go to the Iron Range, actually, right, and talk to some people about the needs of the Iron Range, and I don't need to meet with the people who represent the Iron Range in this body. That will go. I guess that was the answer. And with respect to the visits, Senator Gazelka, I so wanted you to visit my district. And we were in communication for several days. Actually, I reached out to you to ask you to come to my district, if you recall, because people know that you are in the majority. And as a minority in the minority, I have little power. So I understand the value and the importance of working with you. I was told, you told me that you wanted to come to my district to say a prayer, which I don't have a problem with because I'm a practicing Catholic and I can say a prayer, and I said a prayer every single day in my life. And I said to you that I will value that, but unfortunately I had over 300 businesses that were destroyed. And people really didn't want me to pray. They wanted me to tell them how is that I could secure $1 billion in order to rebuild my city. That was what they really wanted to hear. Then, Senator, you moved forward to tell me that if I really wanted to visit with you, I needed to go to Senator Champion's district because you were going to have a meeting with the pastors in his district because you believed that prayer was so important. And that was the end of our conversation. George Floyd died in the boundary of the district between the boundary between Senator Hayden's district and my district. That's 4 blocks from my house. People wanted an answer for that. And they know that I was praying for Mr. Floyd and his family. I continue to do so. They wanted meaningful criminal justice reforms, Senator. They didn't want me to pray for their families only. They also want me to pray. And they're also looking for support from this body to rebuild our city. That's what they are asking for. So, Senator, I feel the need to say this because my constituents need to know that I do value your presence and I do value bipartisan work. And more than that, I need it. Without your support, I cannot do this work. I will not be able to do that. So I wanted to clarify that because I don't want my district to think that I am not doing my work, that I am not trying hard to do what I need to do in order to deliver these changes that are necessary, as well as the support that we need for our city. Thank you, members.
Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, members, just briefly, I will continue to work towards the things that I think we all think are important with the police accountability and finding some resources through the business grants and the bonding bill and tax relief and maybe more that will help inner city Minneapolis-St. Paul. And I'm sorry that Senator Torres Ray, that when I was down there you couldn't make it because you were going to another event. When I did try to come over to your district, you actually had a bigger event that you were at. And I'm sorry, Bobby Joe, that when I was down there you'd lost your phone and couldn't make the connection to me. My attempt was to actually make the connection to as many people down there as I could. We're all listening, and I hope it's all of us, both sides of the aisle, that there is this moment that I believe we can seize if this doesn't become too political and we actually take this opportunity that's ripe for doing some really great things.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Hayden.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and I want to rise to be able to support Senator Champion's amendment. I think he's done an excellent job articulating why he wanted this to have some substance and some teeth. But I do want to address just a little bit this issue of who gets to make the decisions and why and how do we consult with each other. And so Senator Gazelka started to articulate, as Senator Torres Reyes read the most recent op-ed in the state's biggest paper, that Senator Gazelka had talked to the POCI, and I don't have it in front of me, I don't know if he said caucus, and Senator Gazelka then started to say, well, I did, just not you. I talked to your people. I went to your district and the folks that were there. I talked to African-American people, and this is what they told me. So this really kind of gets at and crystallizes the conversation we're having today. So we're all duly elected here to represent our districts. Many of us have been elected here, everybody in the POCI caucus, multiple times, multiple elections, where people come and tell us we're very visible. We've been in our communities a long time. But Senator Gazelka said, well, you know, I don't know if Hayden the Champion, I mean, I can give them a call, see how they're doing, our friends and Torres Ray or her. If they really know, let me go to their people and ask them, what do they want? Because I really need to get it from the horse's mouth, not from the folks that he works with, not from the folks that he has a relationship, not from the folks that are duly elected. Senator Gazelka, and I did have a conversation, pleasant, I always have a pleasant conversation with Senator Gazelka. I don't know anybody who hasn't. But when it came to making bills and policy, when it came to talking about who do we talk to, we talk to our whole districts, and they certainly talk to us. My aide is on the floor. She'll tell you how many calls, how many emails, how many texts, how many Facebook notes, how many Twitter notifications we get. But Paul Gazelka said, no, that ain't, I'm not going to trust Hayden on that one. I need to go and talk to the people, the black pastors, and see what they have to say. And then from there, I'll take that information, go talk to my good friend Warren Limmer, Senator Limmer, and we'll do what we always do. We'll figure out what's good for them. We'll construct policy, and we'll say, you know what, that's good, because that's what they need. If you listen to this today, that's why Senator Torres Ray wanted to ask, what if we have been consulted? No, Senator Limmer hasn't called us. Senator Gazelka made a call, but there was no substantive negotiation. There was no like, here's what we're thinking to do, what do you think about that? Hey, is there anything that you think we might be missing? Hey, maybe you talk to somebody in your community. No, I mean, I didn't head up to Little Falls or Maple Grove and said, you know what, let me go write a bill for Maple Grove or Little Falls, figure out what those people need up there. I'm going to go to the lake and talk to them, find out what they want. What kind of regulations do they need up there? What are the things that I can do to help them? But not go to their duly elected representative. Mr. President, I didn't go down to Owatonna or Faribault and start asking them kind of what's going on. I trust that you know that, and that you'd come back and you'd say, hey, let me tell you about Highway 14, right? Let me tell you about 35W. Let me tell you what we need there. Let me tell you about the turkey processing plant in that county. Let me tell you what's happening in Brown County, right? Isn't that where you live? But no, what happened is we took the position that we always take. It's the parochial provision that I know. Well, let me say this. If you knew, we wouldn't be here. If you knew, we wouldn't have the problem. If you understood our communities, then we wouldn't have it. You don't understand. And so your ability to seek and figure out what's going on, Senator Gazelka, has led you down this path that you're truly surprised. Of course you are, because you haven't talked to us. And your folks haven't talked to us. Not more than I appreciate members of your caucus and in this legislature that sent me a note wanting to check in on me, wanting to make sure that everything's okay. I really sincerely appreciate that. I want to make sure that those that are listening know that I appreciate that. But now when it's time to get down to what they call the nitty-gritty, Get something done for Mr. Floyd's legacy. Avenge, right? Make sure that the things that didn't happen to them didn't happen in vain. Make sure that this doesn't happen to the next person. And now when it's come the time for the years and years and years, Senator Torres Ray, myself, work that Senator Franzen does on that block, the work that Senator Champion has done for years on West Broadway, the work Senator Hur has done in Hmong Village and all of the places on the east side where he gets not a bit of credit most of the time. When it's time to rebuild those things, when those things go up in an instant, we thought, nah, can't trust Hayden on that one. Nah, I don't know if Champion knows. We'll give him some pleasantries, but I'm gonna go down there and I'm gonna figure out what's going on. Then I'm gonna come back to the big house, to the Capitol, sit down, call a couple of my friends that I have some senior members here. We're gonna produce some bills. We're gonna be benevolent. And we're gonna spend just a little bit of time, 5 days, and see if we can't get nothing through. And then all of a sudden when we say, well, hey, it might not be the way it works for us. Or hey, maybe we should add this. And then when we come together and we say, well, listen, okay, you wrote it. This is the way it goes. But let us add a few things in that we think might actually work. Let's have a few more conversations. Senator Gazelka, you're surprised. Mr. Majority Leader, you're like, whoa. Like, wait a minute, why didn't I know that? Well, you didn't know it because you didn't talk to us. You didn't ask us. So if you don't ask us in the work sessions, in the committees, in that, if you don't construct Senator Limmer bills, Senator Engelbretson bills that work for us, then we have to take the opportunity here. It's something that the young people say in the inner city of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Senator Champion. They say nothing for us unless it's by us, right? And what they keep telling us is don't do things to us unless you talk to us. That's all that we're asking. And then we can find some sort of unity. We can come together. So it's not a time to be defensive. It is a time to work together. It is a time to figure out how we can best work together. But as I said before, we can lead. We understand it. Senator Ralph said his police community relationships in the black community in St. Cloud are going pretty well. And I said, yeah, because they got a black chief that he listens to. And he's working with the NAACP and others. So the working relationship between us somehow got missed in this process. And now we're kind of sitting here. People are tired and surprised. What are those folks doing? What are the Posse Caucus doing? Oh, not that Posse Caucus. I talked to the other one, the one on the street, the one on the block. That's the one Senator Gazelka said he talked to. Well, Senator Gazelka talked to us. We've worked together a long time. This ebbs and flows along the way. We spent a little bit of time working on economic development. We spent a little time working on health care. We spent a little time on judiciary. And if we don't know, we sure got some really good allies that stand next to us, right? It's the reason why I'm sitting in this seat today, because my friend said, you know what, Aiden, it's time for you to help lead this process because it's about you and your people. That's why I'm sitting here, if you want to know. That's why it is. So I would just say, back to what we were here for, Mr. President, that I support Senator Champion's amendment, and I think that it wouldn't be such a controversial topic if we would have had these conversations before. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just briefly to that point, Senator Hayden probably forgot that I invited him to do a tour of inner city Minneapolis and that it happens to be tomorrow so that I can walk with him and learn from him and hear from him about his area. And that when I went down and had an appointment to meet with Senator Bobby Joe Champion, that was going to happen. He lost his phone and we lost the contact and it didn't happen. And then I reached out and said, Senator Torres Ray, I'm ready to come over to your place, but she didn't have time. So I just want to make sure that people get that we are trying to reach out and we are trying to build bridges because we have work to do and we're willing to do it on our side and we're asking for help.
Members were on the A51 amendment. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just requesting a roll call vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any further discussion on the A51 amendment? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 303, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in the president's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 323, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 237, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. She ready? I will now call on Senator Kent to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report aye for Senator Carlson.
Senator Carlson votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Clausen.
Senator Clausen votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Eaton.
Senator Eaton votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Lane.
Senator Lane votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Latz.
Senator Latz votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Newton.
Senator Newton votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Rest.
Senator Rest votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Wickland.
Senator Wickland votes aye. I'll now call on Senator Jasinski to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jensen votes aye.
Senator Jensen votes aye. Senator
Correction, I'm sorry.
Senator Jasinski.
Mr. President, correction. Senator Jensen votes no.
Senator Jensen votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Newman votes no.
Senator Newman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Senjum votes no.
Senator Senjum votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Nelson votes no.
Senator Nelson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rude votes no.
Senator Rude votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Mr. President, Senator Westrom votes no.
Senator Westrom votes no. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report that Senator Sparks votes aye.
Senator Sparks votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 35 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Let's see. We're on Senate File 104. Further discussion. Senator Hayden.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As I get a little settled here, I just wanted to start to continue to have this conversation, I'm used to the microphone, have this conversation to think about some of the work that we need to do here. And we know that how critical this work is, and I'd gotten a piece of information, and you know, the importance of this moment now and doing some of this police reform work, it's something that all over the state, they gave it to me, and we saw the devastation that happened in Minneapolis and St. Paul on University and 44th Avenue, Lake Street, et cetera. But what I don't think we know is that people marched in Albert Lea and in Austin and Bemidji and Bidlake and Brainerd, Duluth and Mankato. So this issue has resonated, and then also it happened in Los Angeles and Atlanta, New York, Istanbul, Madrid, all over the world, and they're looking at us to say, you guys kind of sparked this off. What are the things that you're going to do? You know, we hear some of my colleagues talk about this issue of being Minnesota in the Midwest, and we're the place where people come to train, and this is where it's at. So I want to just help Senator Limmer just a little bit with his bill, and what I'm hoping to do is just to strengthen it in something that we think could be substantial and can really support it. So, Mr. President, I offer the A50 amendment.
Senator Hayden offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Hayden moves to amend Senate File Number 104 as follows. Page 1, line 19, after officer, insert. This is the A50 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Hayden.
So just pretty simply and plainly, we just want to put in on line 1.2, we wanted to insert after officer, insert within 24 hours of an incident. So they just have to report it within 24 hours. The second thing is what kind of the meat of it is. It just starts to say the policy must prohibit peace officers from carotid control, neck restraints, chokeholds that restrict airways. That's pretty straightforward, I think. But here's the real teeth. 1.9 says the board may import licensing sanctions included but not limited to suspension or revocation of an officer's license on a peace officer who violates the policy adopted under the paragraph. The board may adopt rules to implement this. So essentially, we're now putting some teeth that if that happens, this is what would happen to the peace officer. And then lastly, obviously, a prohibition against employer retaliation. So if someone reports that there's a problem, that they saw this chokehold or they saw they did the duty to intervene, you can't discriminate against them. You can't retaliate against them because, of course, we want to give them some protections for the courage that they may see. And Mr. President, Senator Limmer, that is often what we hear is this kind of, peer pressure, if you will, this group of officers that somehow, we heard this in some articles in the 3rd Precinct of Minneapolis, that there were these officers that were there that were kind of gangsters. They were kind of tough guys, and people were a little scared if they intervened, if they did what they saw, that something might happen to them or somehow they might not be able to retain their job. So this just gives them what I think we all would want is that protection to root that out. And hopefully, I get in Texas all day today that says that things like this are happening all over the metro and even in greater Minnesota. And I know that Senator Ingebrigtsen is saying, no, that ain't happening way up there. And I wouldn't know, but the people who are calling me directly are saying the opposite. So I'm going to check in with Senator Ingebrigtsen again just to be sure, but I'm getting texts from all over. So I hope that this is something, because it appears that by the protest and by people who are talking to us and parachuting in and telling us that this might be good, not only for Minneapolis, but the whole state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Discussion on the A50 amendment. Senator Dziedzic.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to take a minute to reiterate what Senator Hayden said, because I know he was kind of rushed when he came in, but there were protests and people rallying across the state. So you had suburban moms that were upset what happened. You have people across the state what happened. I think a lot of people saw that video and were shocked. I think they were shocked to the core, and I think it struck them to the core that a police officer, a peace officer, someone who is sworn to uphold and protect you, literally did not. They ignored what they were supposed to do. And so we did have people we had hundreds of protesters in Albert Lea out marching. We had people in Austin. We had people in Bemidji. We had people in Big Lake. We had people in Brainerd. We had Duluth, Mankato, Owatonna, Rochester, St. Cloud, and Woodbury. So the state is watching, the nation is watching, and the world is watching. So I do think we need to do something. I'm standing to support Senator Hayden's bill because I think some of what we've talked about and what Senator Champion so eloquently talked about was that we need to have some, I think as Senator Limmer said, consequences. And I mentioned earlier that if you have children, you know that you need to, if they do something wrong, you need to discipline them quickly, and you need to respond quickly. So that's why we thought that if a officer witnesses a use of force by another officer, that they tell the chief law enforcement officer, but we think they need to do it within a time period so that the chief law enforcement officer can react quickly. And then we also think that there should be some, again, consequences to those officers. So we included that. As people watched that video and kind of were stunned at what happened to Mr. Floyd, we have communities all across the state looking to and trying to understand what to do in the discussion about banning neck restraints and chokeholds. So that's what this bill and amendment does. And then we also wanted to make sure, again, as Senator Hayden said, we want to protect those people that do report. We adopted a sexual harassment policy at some point here in the last year, and we had a long discussion when we were talking about that on making sure that we don't have retaliation. And so this literally protects those employees who do report so that they are not penalized, because we want law officers and peace officers to step up and report. So I think this is a good amendment. I think this is a common sense amendment. I don't think this is it is not something that is wild and crazy. It is just a common sense, basic bill that literally tells people, okay, you need to report in a certain timeline, and there will be consequences if you don't intercede and if you don't report, and then you will be protected if you report. So I ask for a green vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on the A50 amendment? Senator Dietzich.
Ask for a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Roll call granted. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the author yield?
Senator Hayden will yield. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hayden, could I direct your attention to line 1.6 on your amendment? It deletes lines 21 to 23. Could you explain that, please?
Senator Hayden.
Well, yeah, first of all, thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Limmer. If I am reading what you said, it deletes line 21 through 23. A violent act that impedes and threatens peace officers or another with great bodily harm, as defined in section 609(2). So what I would believe that to believe is that that is the great loophole in when these things happen, is that often that's what people will claim is the reason why they did what they did, why they put the chokehold on them. So there appears to be some deference in how that plays out in real time. And so to put some teeth, or no pun there, is a serious matter. To really put some depth in it, we wanted to be able to say that the chokehold was not something that officers should use, period.
So, Mr. President.
Senator Limmer.
Senator Hayden, then you really don't want a peace officer to defend someone else if all other means is unavailable to him. He can't even defend himself with even a chokehold. If his gun is gone, he's trying to get away, maybe he's crawling away from a perpetrator. You're okay with a peace officer nearly defenseless, and the only thing that he would have available for himself to save himself or one of our citizens is that, and you're removing that from this bill. That's what that was in this bill for. So it's not a loophole. It's an intention to give a police officer one last opportunity to defend himself or someone who might be a defenseless victim.
Senator Hayden.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and I'm going to also defer to my good friend, Senator Dietzich. But what I will say is that today has always been this kind of like, just in case this happens, just in case in that one instance that everything is gone, that they got one last move, and that move happens to be the Vern Gagne sleeper hold that they might be able to get off right before it, otherwise something else will happen. That we've been dealing with this all day. It's kind of like, just in case this might happen, then this is what we have to do. Well, I can tell you, Officer Derek Chauvin didn't have all of those things going on with him when he choked out George Floyd. And most of the constituents and people who I talk to who say that this maneuver was put on him wasn't the act of desperation. It wasn't like, oh, this is what I had to absolutely do. I lost my gun, I lost my firearm, I lost my billy club, I lost my stun gun, I couldn't do anything else. But the last thing I had was the infamous chokehold. And that's the way that I was going to be able to save my life or save somebody else's life. So remember, I just don't think it's realistic that those things happen. And so that gets into the shoulda, coulda, woulda, coulda, shoulda, coulda, woulda. And I just don't think that that's what it is. We are really getting to the point of what we witnessed on TV what my constituents, what my community has said has been happening since I've been a very little boy, what people are telling me from all over the world, what Eric Gardner in New York happened for a Lucy cigarette, for where multiple African-American men came under that power. What we watch, unfortunately, on social media every day is this abuse of power. We're just trying to do a small thing here, which is to say, hey, these chokeholds, these hog ties, these carotid chokes, and all these other kind of maneuvers might be okay for the MMA to tap out, but it's not okay for law enforcement officers.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I see pieces of legislation like this, and I have to really ask the question, do people really want police officers in their town anymore? If you're not going to give them the opportunity to defend someone that's defenseless and they don't have any other options. You know, I occasionally let people know I was a correction officer. I've been in fights that everything goes. Everything goes. Your weapons go, your shirts get torn off, you don't have any tools left, and you're in it for the fight of literally your life. And to take away the one last opportunity for a police officer to defend himself or to defend someone who's helpless is just unrealistic. Senator Hayden, can you imagine? We are entering a period of lawlessness that we've never seen in this country before. And law enforcement's being overrun. Precincts are being burned down. And if all of the resources is gone, then I guess a peace officer just has to walk away from that defenseless person that he's sworn to protect. Maybe it's a member of your family. Maybe it's you. You know, you get into those situations, we're trying to hold one semblance of the rules of the game, the rules of the fight. And I've talked to police officers. When you're in a fight for your life, all the rules are gone because they will end up being carried out. I know you're kind of smiling at me, Senator Hayden, but this is serious. This is reality. This is real facts that come in. The police agencies that looked at our bill, they said, please do not make us defenseless. Give us that one last opportunity to defend ourselves if everything else changes. We really have to bring reality to this debate. We're trying to come forward with a sincere bill to recognize at least some of the issues that we saw coming out of the House posse. I didn't even know there was a Senate posse. I didn't get the memo. So we followed the legislation that was written by House authors. Senator Gazelka said it before. Find us some things of common interest that we can start building on. We get technical amendments. We get a series of legalese questions. I don't know if you're going to really support a police officer to intercede when he's observing another officer breaking the law, or if you're going to support the reporting. I'm trying to analyze this amendment. I'm very concerned about removing lines 21 through 23 in this bill. Like I say, If this isn't in, I don't know why a police officer would want to work in your town, or in the state of Minnesota for that matter. We need law enforcement. We need protection of our citizens. We can only imagine what the city of Minneapolis would be like without a police department. Even the management around a traffic accident would be impeded, and other people would bump into each other, they'd crash into each other when we're trying to get to the aid of a traffic accident. Not to mention when a very serious threat comes. Some little old lady getting mugged on the street. I guess we just leave her there. We'll find her in the spring. You know, this whole mentality of even having a discussion about defunding police, dismantling police, why don't we fix police? Why don't we reconstitute the trust between the public and law enforcement? It doesn't seem like the city of Minneapolis is going to do it. They're hell-bent to get rid of the police. So now we have to come to the state to fix their problem. When you have a majority on the city council board that wants to get rid of the police, I guess we'll see what happens. I don't think the county sheriff department is big enough to handle all the problems of Minneapolis. As far as I'm concerned with the A50 amendment, taking away the ability of police to defend themselves, vote no on this amendment.
Members, just a reminder to direct your comments to and through the president. I have a lengthy list here. I have Senator Hayden, followed by Senator Kiffmeyer. Senator Hayden.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and Senator Limmer. I found those to be interesting analysis of what the police might do. And you at some point said that it could be me. Well, George Floyd was me. George Floyd looked like me. George Floyd lived within my neighborhood. And those very police officers that you are saying are upholding the law broke the law. Sat on a man's neck for 8 minutes and 43 seconds. Those very police officers that you said are there to do this work are walking around choking people. So we're not taking away, in this instance, every tool that they need to defend themselves or to protect the citizens. What we're trying to do is to say that what is universally well known now, through Senator Dibble talked about expert after expert, to say this is not okay. Don't do it. Don't put those holds on people. That's what we're saying here. And this ideal of simply saying, who wants to work in your town? Well, listen, if Chevin and his crew is there, I don't want them working in my town. I don't want that happening to me. And the Minneapolis City Council, and taking a look at this issue, is trying to figure out who should work in the town, who can protect, who can be a guardian, but not run around and pull people over for no reason, and pull them out their car when they're not resisting, and drag them to the ground, and sit on their neck when people are telling them not to, and then create a worldwide riot because of it. So if there's lawlessness, it started. If it's about anti-violence, it's about anti-violence of those police officers against that black man. That's where we start our anti-violence movement. That's where we start to figure it out. This kind of idea that we just keep saying, oh, we're just going to look over, that was just a one-time incident. Well, it's not. I can tell you. Now, Senator Limmer, that may not be your experience. That's the point that we keep making here. That may not be your experience, but it's my experience. Senator Champion's experience. Heck, Senator Franzen, Senator Torres Ray, Senator Hurd, if not them, then certainly their sons. When this was happening in our town, and I talked to Senator Torres Ray, not only was she worried about her district, and I hope she doesn't mind saying it, she was worried about Tomas, her son. My son is named Tomas as well. I was worried about my son, and Jalen and Miles, Bobby's son. Senator Francis' son's hopefully a little too small to get out there, but she'll be worried about them if we don't do anything in about 10 or 15 years. So why don't we stop looking at this issue through your eyes, Senator, and start looking at it through my eyes. Start looking at it through us that have to deal with this issue. If we want to get warmed up about this issue, I've been dealing with this all my life. The day that I learned how to cross the street on a red light, the next thing my mother said on 35th and Clinton in my district is, watch out for those police. And I wouldn't lie on my mother. That's a true story. That has been Thanksgiving and Christmas and dinner, Sunday dinner conversation in my house with my father and my mother for as long as I've been on this earth. Talk to me sometime. Talk to Senator Champion. Talk to folks. So yeah, they want to be able to have a law enforcement that works, but they also want to be able to have people who can have crisis intervention. They want to have communities that are strong, right? We're sitting in a situation right now that in the 80s, when we had a drug problem, a crisis in the black community, we criminalized it. We sent us to jail. Now in 2020 and 10 and 15, we had the opioid crisis that fit the white community. We said it's a chronic condition of the brain, and we found healthcare resources for them. That's what happened. That is what's happening here, right? So I want to make sure that you know that that's what happened, that's the problem, and that there wasn't just some simple like, oh, the whole community just decided that it was going to go off and it was going to break windows and it was going to be mad, and then they were just going to get on the hotline to New York and Atlanta and LA, into Europe, and say, you know what, it's time for us to go. That somehow they were going to call this governor and say, yep, we're going to tear everything up, call in the Blackhawks. That's what's over my house every day. They certainly weren't calling in the extremists who were driving up and down my block without license plates, dropping accelerants in Senator Dibble's garbage can. Certainly wasn't something we were looking for. That's what we got. We got it because we couldn't pass good policy like this. We got it because we couldn't put teeth in the things that we do. This is where it starts. Yep, this is the State House. This is where it starts. And they take their messages from us, and this is a good opportunity for us to come together. This is a good opportunity for you to listen. If we couldn't have a private phone call, we couldn't go to your office, well then we got to say it now loudly. We're tired of this. We're sick and tired of being sick and tired. So the opportunity now to start to work our way to get some good things done, and then to collaborate together to put some teeth into some of this stuff that you didn't talk to us about, I just think it's a great opportunity. So Senator Limmer, I would hope that you wouldn't refrain. And my smile when I was laughing, it was because it was so absurd what you were saying, I could do nothing else but smile and laugh. So don't take that as me going along with it or being snarky. Not at all. My life is on the line each and every day that I leave here. So I would hope that we could put this together, put away some of the rhetoric, as we said, work with each other, figure out a way, add some things to the amendment or not, and then let's move on and figure out if we can start to put this state back together. Let's see if we could get law enforcement in a shape that everybody can benefit from it, and then let's work on rebuilding our communities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Next on the list, I have Senator Kiffmeyer, followed by Senator Dietzich. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'm looking at this bill here right now, and I've listened to Senator Hayden, Senator Champion, all of the good senators here today. But the point of why we're here is because of this bill, in particular one of them, Senate File 104, authored by Senator Limmer. And as I recognize the circumstances in which this is written, realizing that on line 1.15, a duty for peace officers to intercede when present and observing another peace officer using force that is clearly beyond what is objectively reasonable under the law and the particular circumstances of the case, and in a position to do so. This is in direct response to the situation that has brought us to where we are at today. There are some who said on this floor that somehow these bills don't really do anything. I disagree. They certainly do. A duty for peace officers to intercede when present and observing another peace officer using force, clearly beyond what is objectively reasonable under the law. Not only that, a duty for peace officers to report any illegal use of force by another peace officer to the officer's chief law enforcement officer. And what I recall is that in any city, the police department is under the auspices of city governance. Yes, they have state law. We have the Post Board, which sets standards and does a variety of things that the state is paid to do to assist all police entities in the conduct of their office, which is very helpful to them to have model drafts, resolutions, and guidelines or regulations. In addition, except in cases where the person upon whom the action is taken is committing a violent act that imminently threatens the peace officer or another with great bodily harm, the policy must prohibit peace officers from using carotid control, neck restraints, chokeholds. That is Senator Limmer's bill, Senate File 104 that we have right now. And it goes on and sets deadlines. The board has authority to inspect law enforcement agency policies to ensure compliance. This seems directly the correct response to the circumstance of just a short couple weeks ago. That's really important that we recognize that Senator Limmer's bill, as presented, does that. So we have right now in front of us the amendment, the A50 amendment. And I have a question here. The board may impose licensing sanctions, and then Senator Hayden is the author of this. So would Senator Hayden yield to a question?
Senator Hayden will yield. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hayden, the board may impose licensing sanctions. Could you explain to me what you mean by licensing sanctions? What would those be?
So, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kiffmeyer says the board may impose licensing sanctions, including, if you keep reading, including but not limited to suspension or revocation of an officer's license on a peace officer who violates this policy adopted under the paragraph B. The board may adopt rules to implement this paragraph. So I thought that was pretty self-explanatory.
Mr. President?
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Well, to some extent it may be. To you, Senator Hayden, since you're the author of this, I'm sure in your mind and you're reading through this, it's the case. But in your language in 1.9, it says, including, but not limited to. So if it's not limited to those things that you just read, what are the other things, licensing sanctions, including, as you read, but not limited to? What else beyond that do you envision your language here would do as far as licensing sanctions? If Senator Hayden would yield to that question.
Will continue to yield.
So thank you, Senator Kiffmeyer. I guess I would yield to you. What do you think but not limited to means?
Mr. President, I think I have the floor and I've asked the question.
Senator Hayden.
Does Senator Hayden wish to not answer? He just simply needs to refuse to yield to answer the question. It's very simple.
Senator Hayden, Senator Kiffmeyer, please restate your question.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Hayden, you read off the language of your bill, licensing sanctions, suspension or revocation of an officer's license on a peace officer who violates a policy, as this is, but it says not limited to the suspension or revocation of an officer's license. I'm simply asking you, since you have written this, what other licensing sanctions including but not limited to, are you envisioning that could come about because of your language here?
Senator Hayden.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and Senator Kiffmeyer. I really appreciate you telling me what I should and shouldn't do and how I should and shouldn't think. But let me just say this to kind of hopefully put this to bed, unless we want to have this rhetorical conversation all night. At the end, it says the board may adopt rules to implement this paragraph. So it gives them some directions. And then as we have in rulemaking and policy making at our boards and at our departments, this gives them an opportunity to weigh in.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, you know, I'm being asked to vote on this amendment, and it's my duty as a senator to understand the amendment and the language by which I'm being asked to vote for. And so I'm simply asking the author, Mr. President, to explain the language therefrom, but it seems as though he seems to think that the board may adopt rules to implement this paragraph, but I'm still left wondering just what those other things might be that could be, including but not limited to, leaves a lot of room to make rules and do a lot more rulemaking. As we've seen before, they can go quite far, especially with the language here, including but not limited to. That gives a lot of leeway for the post board to do a lot more in their rules. So I'm also looking here in regards to the section on page 1.3, and it says to delete everything after the comma and insert, the policy must prohibit peace officers from using carotid control or neck restraints or chokeholds. And I'm looking back at the bill, Mr. President, and I'm seeing in Senator Limmer's bill using carotid control, neck restraints, or chokeholds that restrict airways. So, Mr. President, I'm looking at this and a bit unsure as we're deleting lines, deleting certain things, and then we're repeating language and including that. And so, Mr. President and members, I am not certain that what we are having here today is a clear explanation of the A50 amendment. It leaves quite a few areas of uncertainty and depth and breadth of direction that this could go that would lead me to not be able to support the A50 amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Next on the list, I have Senator Dietzick, followed by Senator Franzen. Senator Dietzick.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm going to go back and chat about what Senator Limmer said earlier. And he was talking about the language where he had earlier this morning, some maybe 14 hours ago, talked about the bill bans chokeholds. And so what this amendment does is actually ban the chokehold. And none of us want officers to be injured, but we also don't want people to be injured. Senator Senjum earlier this evening talked about when law enforcement officers leave in the day, the family always worries because they want them to come back safe. Well, as Senator Hayden said, he worries that his son Tomas comes home safe. Senator Torres-Ray worries that her son comes home safe. We've heard that many stories recently on the news of where the parents say they worried every day, will they come home safe? And so part of this is to literally make sure people come home safe. In many discussions that I've had about what different members of my community want when we are discussing and talking about transforming law enforcement, what do they mean, what are they looking for? I also had a lot of conversations with different law enforcement agencies. And one of the agencies I talked to said that he thought they used this, I think he called it a neck restraint, maybe one time in 3 years. It is rarely used. And I asked him, well, is it something that is needed? And he says, well, he would prefer we not get rid of it, but he understands that maybe the time has come and gone, and that there are other methods that they could use. In a story, the Star Tribune, that I tried to pull up, but I couldn't find it, it was towards the the Friday after Mr. Floyd died, it was a whole bunch of law enforcement officers talking about how the knee restraint that Officer Chauvin, former Officer Chauvin, used on Mr. Floyd, that was just so many things wrong about it. But then also I found interesting, I believe one of the trainers in that article talked about they don't train for that anymore. They stopped training that in 2016 because it is not used, and they don't encourage it to use, because there are different things. If you are prone, and if they have you down on the ground, and if you have certain conditions, you are more at risk. And so they don't encourage it. And so we do not want anybody injured, but places all across the country and across the world are looking at, maybe we don't need to be using these neck restraints, maybe it is a thing of the past, and maybe it is time to move on. In the hearing this morning, the sheriff's representative, because I asked for clarification, said that many of the sheriff's departments across the state were having that conversation and reviewing their policy to determine, is it needed and do they want to keep it and what they want to do with it. So I don't think that this is just throwing everything out. I think this is a thoughtful discussion on what is needed. And I think we have other pieces in here in this amendment, talks about, I think the duty to intercede is needed. Minneapolis had the policy, and that is how they were able to fire those officers, because they did not intercede. The duty to report, I think, is important, but I think you need to have that time frame, and then we should have this discussion on what do we want to do with chokeholds. I think we need a thoughtful discussion. I think that's what people have been saying, is we do need to talk to people in communities impacted. People that look like me, we need to sit back and listen. We need to hear what people are telling us and how this is impacting them, and then make some, have a discussion together and figure out, what do we want to have in our laws and what do we need to do? And I think that's what this does, is it just literally gives us some parameters to add and enhance this bill. So with that, again, I encourage a yes vote on the A50 amendment.
Next on the list, I have Senator Franzen, followed by Senator Dibble. Senator Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't want to prolong the debate. I think we've been here a long time. But at the same time, this is an important debate that we are all having. And I don't think anyone in this chamber, including the colleagues that have spoken so far, have said a word about defunding the police or the lack of necessity for public safety. That is not the message we're sending to our Minnesotans. If you have an issue with the Minneapolis City Council and their position and how they want to deal with their city, take it up with them. We are here in the Senate talking about what we think is best for our state. And certainly we can pass a bill that says you can't ban or defund police. That's your prerogative. You're in the majority. But I do want to set the record straight, because we also talk about, I've heard it from the majority leader a couple times, inner city Minneapolis-St. Paul. It's a city. We don't talk about rural Little Falls, where my husband happens to be from and which Senator Gazelka represents. And I don't go to Little Falls to talk to my in-laws or my husband and try to, present policy trying to make his district better. So that's all we're saying. We want to make sure that we have the people who are impacted by these issues today are being consulted. And that is why you see some resistance in our Posse Caucus, which has been in existence for several years, members. If you haven't been paying attention, we've had several press conferences. It was actually started, one of the founders was the Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, so when she was in the House. So we've been around, but you're not listening. You're not paying attention. And that's what we want you to do. Pay attention and listen to not just the constituents that you went to visit. Great. I hope everyone has an opportunity to go to 38th and Chicago and see for yourself that mural and that beautiful representation of and tribute to George Floyd's life. If you haven't, you should go. I think that'll give you a better sense of why we're here today. We're here today because we want to end police brutality. We don't want to defund the police or end the police. We want to end a practice that is happening way too much, way too often in our state and our country. That's why we're here, senators. We're not here to defund the police. We're not here to take their weapons away or their training away. We want them to have the best training, but we also want them to have trust with our community. And that trust right now is very fragile, and if not, it's broken. And you have to acknowledge that. My father was a police officer in Puerto Rico for 8 years, before I was born. Knowing now what I know about policing, of course I would want him to have the best training and the best opportunities to come home safe. So this is not about pitting us against police or not. We're not police haters, as I've already heard in this chamber, some members saying that. That is not senatorial, and that is not Minnesotan. So don't pander with your inner city comments and defunding the police or police haters, because we are here, again, reminding you to do the best we can to represent a time in our history that we were put in and that we must do good. So members, please remember that George Floyd lost his life for a $20 bill. Let that sink in. We have to fix this. And your efforts, I commend that you're trying, but try harder and listen harder. And stop pandering of us against them, because we all have to fix this. Racism is not gonna go away tomorrow. Disparities are not gonna go away tomorrow. And the trust that we need to have with our police and safety needs to be rebuilt over time. And we need all of us here to do that. So members, please consider our voices that were shut and left out up until today. Thank you.
I have Senator Dibble, followed by Senator Johnson. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. So once again, we hear speeches of surprise from the majority that the minority caucus doesn't love their bill. And we hear proclamations or exclamations that, oh, well, you know, we took some ideas from the House Posse Caucus. I didn't know we had a Senate Posse Caucus. I didn't get the memo. Members, we're colleagues. We can talk to each other. We can confer and consult and collaborate. We don't need a memo that says that Senator Champion, Senator Hayden, Senator Franzen, Senator Torres-Ray, Senator Herr might know something about trust issues when it comes to the police, might know something about police misconduct and police brutality, and might know something about the communities that are directly affected, and might have some ability to shape a legislative proposal that might gain the support and trust of themselves and their communities. Members, listen to Senator Hayden as he is begging you to do on the floor. See the world through his eyes, as he's begging you to do on the floor, as he's demanding that you do on behalf of citizens of this state who deserve to be treated with dignity and respect and fair and equal treatment by the professionals who are paid to serve and protect them. This is not an abstraction. There is a trust issue with the police, hence some modifications to a bill that's been brought forward without any prior knowledge or consultation with those who will be most affected by what's called for in this bill. Senator Hayden talks about how the infamous chokehold is used and the pretexts are offered. In the case of George Floyd, the first official word we heard from the Minneapolis Police Department was that a suspected money forger had physically resisted arrest, and they managed to get him into handcuffs, and then he apparently suffered medical distress. Well, now we know those were all lies in an official police report. Maybe we should have a bill that says that police can't lie in their official reports. Maybe if we had a conversation with the Posse Caucus, we would have come up with that idea as a way to build greater trust. The source of the medical distress, of course, was a knee from the Minneapolis police officer for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, the final 3 minutes of which he was completely unconscious. And then if you saw the video that came out today, you saw how they treated him, his dead body, as they put him on the stretcher. It was disgraceful. Members, we have a trust issue. And maybe we can break through those trust issues by collaborating and discussing and conferring and talking to the communities that are most affected. Another report, while 40% of the city's residents are people of color, 74% of all Minneapolis police cases with force involve them. Black people are on the receiving end 63% of the time. And despite the implementation of de-escalation training, body cameras, complaints continue to rise, as recently as last year's report. And a public defender tells us that the Floyd footage is 100% consistent with the hours and hours of body camera footage I've watched over the years. So don't express dismay or surprise when modifications to these proposals come forward. And don't make false accusations. We have shown and demonstrated good intent in trying to increase public safety and greater trust for every party involved, including police officers, in all of the discussion and all of the debate and all of the amendments we brought forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Next on the list, I have Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I hope we're not getting confused that there aren't any repercussions to the actions that were taken against the police officer and those that were present at the arrest of Floyd George. I mean, the officer that arrested him is facing second-degree murder charges right now. There are things such as the Fourth Amendment reasonable search and seizure case law and laws that go along with that. Also the prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment under the Eighth Amendment. There are lines that get crossed, and we got to make sure that those officers that cross those lines are punished. But I agree, we have a problem with reporting. How do we make sure that officers that see this sort of thing are reporting those and in a timely fashion? So I agree with the amendment. There's a couple of things on there, the timeliness of the report, and also the fear factor against somebody that is making that report. What are the repercussions to them? Are they going to see some sort of retaliatory action? And I think we went a long ways today when we discussed the post board. We made some improvements. We added a couple of members to the post board. I think really they are the ones that should be setting the policy for what police training needs to be, that model policy for what's going to happen to police training. We've added members. We know they've got the input. We took that amendment from the DFL side, so we know that they agree with that. So let's take a couple of things and let's turn this over to the post board to develop some model policy for that. So, Mr. President, I have the A53 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Johnson offers the A53 amendment to the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Johnson moves to amend the Hayden Amendment to Senate File Number 104 as follows. Page 1, Line 2, delete everything after insert and insert. This is the A53 amendment.
To the amendment, to the A53 amendment to the amendment, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this does those two things. On line 1.2, it begins, delete everything after the comma and insert within a specified time period determined by the board to be appropriate. So the board will set the appropriate policy and timeliness of a report, whether it's 24 hours or if there's situations where 24 hours may or may not work, maybe that's too long. We'll let the board and the input of the members on that board determine. And then also on the second part, there we get into the retaliation by the employer. And we say, well, how do we empower the peace officers to report? Well, here let's let the post board, who has citizen members and others that can help guide that policy. So that is all the A53 does. It takes what the amendment has and it refines what the underlying amendment has and refines it to be more accurate to what the police force may need.
Discussion on the A53 amendment to the amendment. Senator Hayden.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator Johnson. Maybe he can yield. I just want to make sure I got it right before I make the comments. It looks like you are deleting the idea that they have to report within 24 hours. And then it looks like you are deleting the section that has the prohibition against employer retaliation and kind of that whole section. Is that right, Senator Johnson? I just want to make sure because I'm trying to catch up.
Senator Johnson will yield. Senator Johnson.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Hayden, it does improve those sections.
Senator Hayden.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, Senator Johnson. So, members, I just want to make sure we know what he wants to do. He doesn't want someone to report within 24 hours of an incident. And then all of the things that have against prohibition against employer retaliation, he doesn't want them to have that. He wants that mentality to keep on, that thing in which people don't know if they do it, if they step up and courageously say, this is what happened out there, that they'll know that their job would still be there. So it appears to me, I just can't for the life of me figure out why we would want to do that. If we're wanting to improve it, if we're wanting to change the culture of the environment, why we wouldn't give people an opportunity and compel them to say, hey, you know, within 24 hours, this is what happened. And then to know if they do that they have some recourse if somebody retaliate against them. Members, I would just tell you to vote no on the amendment. It really, not only does it guts it, but it takes away the opportunity for us to change the culture of law enforcement.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And maybe I wasn't a little too hasty on describing that, but in lines 1.6 through 1.9, additionally, the policy must include protections for peace officer who makes a report as required in Clause 2, including but not limited to protection against discharge, discipline, discrimination, other penalties. So it doesn't read it. It doesn't delete that section. It actually refers directly to that. So I just want to make that clear. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Roll call granted. Any further discussion on the A53 amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 303, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 323, please come to the chamber to vote. Room 323. Members in 237, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll now call on Senator Jasinski to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jensen votes aye.
Senator Jensen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Newman votes aye.
Senator Newman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Senjum votes aye.
Senator Senjum votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Osmic votes aye.
Senator Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rude votes aye.
Senator Rude votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. I'll now call on Senator Kent to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Clausen votes no.
Senator Clausen votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Senator Eaton votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Lane votes no.
Senator Lane votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Newton votes no.
Senator Newton votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Sparks votes no.
Senator Sparks votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 31 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. Members, we are back on the A50 amendment as amended. Senator Herr?
Mr. President, I rise to support Senator Hayden's amendment here. Earlier today, this morning, as a matter of fact, the bonding committee, give us a tour of the city of St. Paul, and I suggest to our minority lead, Senator Sandy Pappas, that we should visit the east side too, because damage, looting, and rioting does go all the way to the east side St. Paul, where Sunray is, and that's the border between my district and Senator Kent district. And Sunray is next to 3M. And when the delegation, Senate delegation, was visiting St. Paul, half of the delegation, due to committees and meeting, couldn't make it to the east side St. Paul. But we had a great turnout of a multicultural people, turnout from our East Indian leader and our Native American leaders, our African American leaders, our Asian business owners, and also our usual mainstream business, all sorts of people. There's about 20 of them. They were so thrilled and see some of us there. And they say the same thing. It's the same thing that's what Senator Hayden has presented in his amendment. They talk about prohibiting employer retaliation and police leaving the community, and also chokehold and the proper use for police officer. And they also talk about resourceful community building. I know it's a bonding tour, but once we arrive there, they know that we're going to talk about rebuilding and we're going to put funding in that, but it want us to think about long-term relation, long-term in building our society together. And they talk about the very thing that Senator Hayden had put in his amendment here. So I rise to support and ask members to support as well. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Hayden.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Herr, for supporting the underlying amendment. But however, the amendment that went on gutted the underlying amendment. And so I think that that's the theme of the day. that we're continuing to say, listen to us, listen to people of color, listen to black people. But somehow that isn't resonating. I'm not being as persuasive as I could. So Senator Johnson's amendment, along with his caucus, who decided to delete, gut, smash, stamp on the amendment, created an opportunity for us for the amendment to not do anything. So with that, Mr. President, I withdraw the A50 amendment.
Senator Hayden withdraws the A50 amendment. Members, we're back on Senate File 104. I have a list here. Senator Torres Ray is next on the list to speak on the underlying bill. I know it's been a while. You had asked to speak. Would you like to continue to be on the list, or do you want me to go to somebody else? Senator Torres Ray, we're on the underlying bill, Senate File 104. You had asked earlier to speak, and I had a list. We've been working on amendments since then. Senator Torres Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. I know it's late. I wanted to say to the members and to Senator Limmer, Senator, I hope that you don't feel like you need a memo to be informed about the expertise of the Posse Caucus. When we talk about the expertise that people develop in our body, and when I think, for instance, about Senator Rosen and her ability to bring people together to talk about finance, she doesn't need to send me a memo. I just know it. I know of her ability, and I know that she has authored many pieces of legislation that are worth reviewing and respecting. The same is true for Senator Benson. I don't need a memo to really understand that she's very passionate and knowledgeable of healthcare. I will go and consult with her on these issues. So I want the members to know that Senator Hayden has served in the Minnesota Senate for 12 years, in the House for 2 years. Senator Bobby Champion has served in the Minnesota Senate for 12 years, 4 years in the House. I have served for 14 years in the Minnesota Senate. Senator Franson has served 8 years in the Minnesota Senate, and Senator Herr, 8 years. If you look at the record of each and every one of us, you will realize that almost 6 out of the 10 bills that we have authored over the years are related to cultural competency, disparities, translation, immigration, and all sorts of issues related to communities of color. As a matter of fact, if you review the reasons for why we run for office, these are the reasons we run for office, because we really wanted to have an impact on these issues. Each and every one of us came to serve in this body, realizing that that is really what our mission in life was. So I hope that members are not looking for a memo to tell you about it. Just please review the legislation that we have authored over the years, how we speak about these issues, how we connect with communities on a daily basis on issues related to healthcare, education, housing, every single issue that we debate in this floor. That is what we do, and that's how we serve our communities, and that is the value that we bring to this body. I hope you're able to see that. It's not because it's politically correct. It's not because it's the issue of the moment. It's not because Mr. George Floyd died in our district. It's because we care. And our life and our professional experiences are very deep. We care very deeply about these issues, and we want to make sure that we work in partnership with all of you. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Next on the list, I have Senator Jasinski, followed by Senator Isaacson. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't sure if I wanted to wait till third reading or any time, but actually what I'm about to say really applies to the whole evening's conversation or debate on this issue. Talk about Faribault. I actually got a letter from my Chief of Police, Andy Bolin. So Andy and I served together for about 7 years when I was the mayor. We had a police department that had a few issues prior to Mr. Bolin arriving to Faribault. And I can't say I have the utmost respect for Andy Bolin and what he's done to the Faribault Police Department. So I think it's important that I read this letter to give you a roundabout feel for the state of what's going on in law enforcement. So Mr. Bolin's letter reads, I wanted to send something to you after these last weeks of unrest. From the age of 14, I decided I wanted to be a police officer. My desire came from my admiration for an uncle who worked for the St. Paul police department. I take my oath seriously, very seriously, in fact, and always feel a sense of pride wearing the badge. I think of police as the shield that charges into dangerous situations to save those in need. I know that myself and many of my partners over my career have made very positive impacts and literally saved lives. Several times, I was reinvigorated after receiving a heartfelt call from a person stating their life was positively altered by police during a time of need when they were on a destructive course. I'm in my 31st year in police work and have observed systematic changes after periods of turmoil related to significant events like the assault on Rodney King and now the death of George Floyd. Support for law enforcement has vacillated in the court of public opinion over the years. Only weeks ago, police officers were lumped in with the heroes of the healthcare personnel, firefighters, and EMS as they respond to COVID cases without hesitation. Year after year, police have been asked to take on more social problems, manage mental health calls, and solve deep-seated social issues. These specific issues cannot be resolved by police only, and we have always welcomed input and assistance from social services and any mental health partners as these situations are not criminal. The police, however, are still the ones asked many times to respond alone to solve these complex issues. What happened to George Floyd was wrong in every sense, and I do not know a police officer that does not agree. His death was tragic, and inappropriate techniques and tactics were used that were reckless and criminal. The sad fact is, law enforcement agrees with the protesters and further agrees there is a need to make sure this never happens again to anyone across our nation. The behavior of a few should not reflect on the entire group of women and men that put on their uniform. I know the past couple weeks have taken a heavy toll on our officers, as they are truly compassionate and honorable officers that genuinely care about the community they serve. They have been labeled negatively in the national narrative along with every other person who wears a badge. It appears to be a movement to paint everyone the same negative light, which is disheartening, and as this does not occur on this scale in any other profession, even though we all draw candidates from the flawed human race. Because of this incident, law enforcement must regain the public's trust, and some reforms are appropriate. The outpouring of support from our Faribault community has overwhelmingly, and I truly appreciate our residents and businesses that have gone out of their way to let our staff know they were thinking about our women and men who wear the police uniform. I am grateful residents have responded with protests and positive demands on change and not with anarchy and destruction to our community. Because of the incident that occurred in Minneapolis, police across the nation, and specifically in Minnesota, are under the microscope, bringing reforms to the profession. I was on a conference call yesterday with the Minnesota Chiefs of Police. While I agree that some reforms are appropriate, I truly hope a sense of calm occurs and we approach things across Minnesota with common sense. I am unable to explain why some jurisdictions are rushing to drastic public safety transformations without a thoughtful plan that truly protects their residents. Again, we're trying to get some laws that have a quick impact in this special session. We know we'll continue on for further reform, but is this special session the right forum to keep going on and on? I think we continue in the off session and hit it hard in the next upcoming session while we're doing a lot of work in between to help with these things. When I was the mayor of Faribault, I had the utmost respect for our chief of police, our Rice County Sheriff Troy Dunn, the State Patrol Colonel Langer, and all his state troopers who here are protecting us this evening. And we need to respect our police officers. We need to work on reforms, but it's a special session where we're going to get everything accomplished. We don't have interaction, we don't have debate, we don't have people coming in to testify in our hearings. We need to get a few things done that we can correct quickly, that we have broad and bipartisan support to get things done. So I ask for your support in helping with these resolutions and laws this evening that will help, and we can continue to work to change some of the things we've done in the past and help our law enforcement officers have the tools so they can keep us safe. Thank you, Mr. President.
Next on the list, I have Senator Isaacson, followed by Senator Ingebrigtsen. Senator Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, we've spent several hours now talking about pressing, important, soul-crushing topics that are super difficult to face down and really hard to find 67 people from across the political aisle and communities to come to some conclusion or agreement on. I can speak for myself. As a college professor, I bring students in all the time. I have a very diverse classroom, and it's challenging to speak on issues like this when I look like I do, right? When I'm trying to talk about white privilege and structural racism and that kind of stuff, and the background that I come from and the privilege that I've enjoyed, it's hard for me to pull the scales from my own eyes to then be able to articulate to them and help them see a broader picture of what's happening. And I do the best that I can. And in my class, I teach an intercultural communication course, and we talk about, intercultural communication. And inherent in that are all the subcultural moments we have across our city and our state. And we talk about what is structural or institutional racism and how does it work. And there's a great line that says, from a book by Dr. Kendi, that talks about it and says, the system isn't broken, it was made this way. And I challenge my students to talk about, what do I mean when I say it was made this way? I talk about, and this does, trust me, it does relate back to this amendment, so I hope you'll bear with me just for a second. But when I talk about how is it made this way, I ask them questions. Who invented the English language? Who invented our institutions of religion, our institutions of government, our institutions of education, as we understand them here in America? And the answer would be, white men did. No questions asked. They have been in charge and created all of it. Now, do I think that white men created that with the goal of holding people down and pushing people back and repressing others? I certainly hope not. I'm trying to be optimistic when I say that. But structural racism exists because we have moments, and it's worst like what happened to George Floyd, and it's most benign like we have in the story I'm about to tell you. And I may have told this story before, so please forgive me. My family has a good friend who's a rich lawyer who lives in the western suburbs, and he moved into this one very affluent suburban neighborhood, and at the same time he did, a very prominent African-American surgeon moved in the neighborhood at the same time. And our family friend and this, who's white, and this prominent black doctor became friends because they're new to the neighborhood, they'd have coffee, that kind of stuff. And one day, about 5 years later, after they moved in, they run into each other at the Byerly's, and they decide to have lunch, and it turns out they're both moving out of town. So they're going to talk about what their experience was and just kind of say goodbye. My dad's friend said, I love this area. I've not had problems with crime. I've never had problems with the police. I've never had problems with anything. It's quiet and it's wonderful. Never had to deal with anybody. It's just like I like it, in the suburbs, left alone. And the African-American doctor laughed and said, that's funny you should say that, because I am on a first-name basis with every member of the police force because I've been pulled over so many times in this town. Every single member, I know them all on a first-name basis. And let's be clear, my dad's friend, he's a crappy driver. He should have got pulled over, trust me, right? And so I point out that this idea of structural racism isn't this deal where, like, I jokingly say to my students, the white people are getting this secret check on the side to help them get by on weekends. It has to do with the obstructions that they have to face every day. And for me, my skin color is not one of them, right? I can tell you times that I've been pulled over and let off in situations that I've heard the exact same thing occurring in Minneapolis or St. Paul, and that didn't happen for my friends of color. Listen, why I think you get such a struggle on these bills is because, as I said in the beginning, and not that you're going to listen to me, I'm a bit of a mouthy freshman. I have that reputation, I get it. But the reality is, I said at the very beginning of the first debate, my job here today, as a white person who doesn't know any better, is to listen. I need to listen more, because I can't prescribe what's better for the situation. I'm not walking their shoes. I don't know what it's like. My friends, the Posse Caucus, have asked you guys to listen. And based on the comments I've heard from several senators, I am confident that those senators haven't heard a word that's been said. I hear a little sympathy, but my friends in the Posse Caucus have been very clear in asking for, even just nibbling around the edges, as Senator Dibble said, on some of these bills. Most have been rejected, some procedurally rejected. Now, I get it. If it breaks the rules, it breaks the rules. I don't have a problem with that. I understand that's how it works. But the reality is the discussion hasn't gone that way. The discussion hasn't been with our friends. We have not sought for them to solve the problem. We have not asked them, how do we fix the problem? And I'm always marveled by that at the legislature. If I want to know how to fix our classrooms, I'm going to ask a teacher. If I want to know how to fix business, I ask my local businesses how to do it, right? My friends who have been elected by 70 or 80,000 of their peers, who are probably more in touch with their district than anybody else we know, it's their job, it's their responsibility, it's what their life calling is, much like your life calling, have went into those districts, have talked to those folks, have tried to reassure those folks they're on the ground, they have the pulse, and they were not discussed, did not get a chance to discuss these things. These solutions don't reflect what they think is meaningful reform. Senator Johnson said that there has been a reckoning for the senator, or for the cop that put his knee on George Floyd's neck. Unfortunately, it's the 18th time he got in trouble. The first 17 times, the culture of that police force and what's going on did not call him into question. So imagine if we had changed the culture earlier, would he have been in a position to put his knee on George Floyd's neck? No. That's what they're asking for. I've not heard one person address that yet. Clear as day to me as I listen. Folks, it's disappointing. And it's hard and it's frustrating and it's tough to feel powerless because I don't know how to help other than be supportive. And that's what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to have to trust my friends no better than I do on this one. And I think they've got a good idea of what's happening. And I would encourage the rest of us to take some time to do that. What I don't like is the false indignation and the wild claims of, like, defund the police or we don't want police around here anymore. No one has said that here, not one person. In fact, the only people that have made those kind of comments have been my friends across the aisle. We have rejected those comments. I know those words are out there in the greater ethos, but you're not hearing it here. So don't bring that narrative to us and try to paste us with that. That's politics. The reality is we want meaningful reform. And our friends in the other body sat down for many hours to try to come up with some ideas on how we can solve this problem in a hurry. We didn't do that here. So I don't want us to equate meaningful reform on what the GOP and the Senate has said with meaningful reform what the House Democrats did. They're not the same. It's insulting to assume that would be even close. We have an opportunity here to make a real difference But arbitrary timelines, bills that are Band-Aids, are all that's being offered. And when a rebuttal has been given that allows us to have a discussion, to call it out, and let me tell you something, sir, Mr. President, Jeff Hayden has shown more humility and class listening to the crap he's had to hear today than I could. I have to be in a different room so I don't say something inappropriate. I know Senator Benson's got a rule book annotated for me, so I'm ready anytime, but the reality is that I would have not been nearly as classy or humble or gracious in my comments. But that's probably my privilege speaking right there. Senator Hayden's got work to get done. He can't waste his time with anger. I'll be angry. I'm insulted, and I am very angry about that, and I'm super disappointed. I expected way more from us, especially after what we just watched, way more. But I see the social media battle, and I see the campaign brewing, and I know people are facing primaries, and everybody's tense on both sides of the aisle. And it's unfortunate that that skews our lens as we try to take a clear look at how we can make a systemic change and finally put our foot down and say, no more of this. Can we wait till next January? Well, if no one dies, maybe it was okay. But who knows if that'll happen again. Every year, it seems like we have a new person that's been a victim of the police force. Now, does that mean that I agree, most aren't that bad. My friends that are policemen, I would trust implicitly. I get it, most of them are probably good apples. People are still dying, folks. That means the status quo doesn't work. And Dr. Kendi in his book about racism was very clear. It's not enough just to say you're not a racist. Either you are anti-racist or you're not. Because if you say you're not a racist, but you go back to the beginning of what I was talking about, you don't address unpacking structural racism as it exists in our society, then you are complicit in allowing it to continue. And in doing so, you are guilty, whether through action or omission. 100% true. If you don't take it upon yourself to say every time I see someone who's suffering from injustice and say his injustice and his problem is the burden I need to bear, you're not doing your job. It's a pretty Christian concept if you think about it. Jesus was pretty clear about it. So I'll tell you, I expect more from us, and if we can't get that done, then we'll have to move on to the next election, and maybe we'll see some changes, and then we'll be able to do it. But I'm super disappointed, and I hope we vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Members, are there any amendments before we go to third reading? The Secretary will give Senate File 104 its third reading.
Senate File 104, a bill for an act relating to public safety.
Third reading. Final discussion on the bill. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Torres-Ray made a comment about how compassionate and thoughtful that a couple of senators are, Senator Rosen and Senator Benson, and I agree. They are. They love their job, and they're very good at it. I also happen to know a very thoughtful and very compassionate chairman that chairs the Judiciary Committee, and that's Senator Limmer. This person is very thoughtful, very deliberative, as you know, and knows that you can't just run through things and push things through in a quick fashion because it has consequences and sometimes not so good. So I'd ask if Senator Torres-Ray would yield for a question.
Senator Torres-Ray will yield. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Torres-Ray, did you call or contact Chair Limmer about working together on law enforcement issues since the call of the governor on Friday for the special session? Have you contacted him?
Senator Torres-Ray.
Thank you, Senator Ingebrigtsen. Actually, I have been in communication with the chair about multiple issues, including the missing and murdered Indigenous women that I need his help to expand the deadline for the task force. And in general, the members of the Posse Caucus have been asking for a hearing, not just me, but all of us, and actually our entire minority caucus has been in touch with the chair and the members of the committee to get a hearing on the package that was heard in the House, because the what we really wanted to do was to have the opportunity to have the members hear that proposal. We believe that proposal is powerful. It has a lot of policy that we need to implement. So the answer is yes. We have been asking for a hearing. We want a hearing. We have been asking publicly through social media and every outlet, every opportunity that we have to get a hearing on the actual package that contained, I don't remember how many bills, but multiple bills, and a few of those bills were the amendments that we proposed today. But the package that was offered in the House has a lot more policy. So the answer is yes, Senator, we have asked for that.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for that answer. I believe the answer is yes, that since Friday you've contacted Senator Limmer about public safety bills. Would Senator Hayden, Mr. President, would Senator Hayden yield for a question?
Senator Hayden will yield. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked the same question. Senator Hayden, did you call or contact Chair Limmer about legislation, the immediate legislation with public safety issues since we been called back in a special session on Friday?
Senator Hayden.
Well, thank you for the question, Senator Ingebrigtsen. There were a few things that were going on in my district. There was a murder by a police officer. There was hundreds of millions of dollars of damage in my district. There are people who are unsheltered that are trying to find places to live, people who don't have a job anymore that are trying to find income in which to survive. And we have a pandemic called COVID-19 in which we are trying to handle. So I certainly have been working closely with the POCI caucus. Oh yeah, that's right, Senator Limmer didn't know there was one, but certainly we were working with one here and in the House to put together a package that would hopefully be bipartisan so that we could move it through. So I'm not sure if that answered your question, Senator Ingebrigtsen, but there were a few things that I was certainly trying to do to move forward and nonetheless reconcile and help my community grieve after one of their members had been murdered by the police.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Hayden for that answer. I think you gave me or gave us an awful lot of reason why you'd want to contact Senator Limmer for that devastation that was going on in your city, and knowing that there was going to be legislation coming forward, or should be legislation coming forward, and I would take that as you have not contacted it. Would Senator Champion, Mr. President, would Senator Champion yield for a question?
Senator Champion will yield. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Champion, I'll ask you the same question. Have you contacted Senator Limmer since Friday, since the session came back? And you know the immediacy of the public safety issues, and we've been talking about them for hours, endless amounts of hours. And there's been lots of talk about
point of order,
not
Mr.
cooperating.
President.
Senator Hayden, for what reason do you rise?
Well, Mr. President, I wanted to make sure, and I know in that expansive rule book we got that we're on Senate File 104, and Senator Ingebrigtsen's comments in his line of questioning, cross-examining, doesn't seem to be to the bill. So I just wanted to have you give a friendly reminder that we should be focusing on the bill.
Members, please keep your comments to Senate File 104. That's the bill in front of us. We're on final passage of Senate File 104. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll make it real quick. I'll ask Senator Champion and Senator Hurd the same question. If they want to respond, fine. But I think it's only fair. We've been told that the posse has not been contacted, nor have we worked with the posse. I'm not sure whether Senator Limmer has made contact, but I think he would have told us if he had. If they would like to answer that question or just continue to go down the path of accusing the majority of not cooperating, then I guess we'll go ahead and do that. But if you want to answer the question, I would certainly appreciate it, Senator Champion and Senator Hurd. as well as Senator Franzen. I'm sorry.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the question. The answer for me is yes. In fact, right here, Senator Limmer and I were right here. I indicated to him that I'd love to have a discussion with him about the GOP's package and this critical issue and what we need to do about it because it was important. Senator Limmer was standing right here. I was talking directly to him. He indicated that he would call me and let me know, and never called. And in fact, even again, I approached Senator Limmer again about the package, but I included another issue at that time. I included the issue that centered around closing the loophole for, guess what, ban the box. I talked to him about that. I told him that I'm prepared to have a discussion with him and give him some ideas. So to your question, yes is the answer. And to your other question, did he take me up on it? No is the answer. To that other question that I know you're thinking of, why not? I don't know why not, but I can tell you this. I was ready, willing, and able because I believe that I have a good relationship with Senator Limmer, but Senator Limmer did not follow up on those conversations. And I wanted to because I wanted us to have a responsible response to this important issue and to work together because I believe in working together. But I believe that we were ignored also. And I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry that we were ignored. But I would still consider him someone that I would work with, and I want to continue to work together going forward. But to the answer, I wish that we didn't have this session tonight and the dialogue be clear that we were not talked to, approached, cajoled, and it went on both sides. So Senator Limmer and I were standing right here. We talked about it. I talked to him about what he was thinking about proposing, and I said I'd love to talk more with you about that and make myself available, and I did, and unfortunately Senator Limmer did not respond.
Members, we're on final passage of Senate File 104. Are there any final comments? Senator Hur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't want to just sit and be silent and not respond to the good question that Senator Imbrisson did pose. And I have to admit that I didn't talk to Senator Limmer. There's so many things that going on during this time. Community outreach, been contacted by so many agencies, our health agency, how to reach out to the diverse community. And I have to do a lot of run around, to reach out, making lots of phone calls. As a matter of fact, my immediate family are now at hospital, suffer COVID-19, and 4 of my friends have passed away, and their family members too, due to COVID-19. So there's a lot of stressful time for me, as well as have to deal with social justice issue around me. We know that I'm a new American and came here as a refugee, and folks of my heritage are caught in between the racial chasm of this society, that justice had not been resolved for over 400 years and even more. And so there's a lot of culture, politics, and relationship I have to deal with. But I hesitate to reach out to my good colleague, Senator Limmer, because if you remember early on, I was talking about creating a discrimination hotline. And Senator Limmer kindly said he will listen to that. I also talked to Senator Limmer about the post-conviction relief where folks on my heritage was being deported. It was agreed on, but we never have more conversation. It's hard to reach. I know Senator Limmer is a good man. I look forward to work with him on many future cases. But just a few incidents here Perhaps he's tied up, perhaps he's busy, as well as me being busy with with our stressful time. So I have to tell the truth that's why I didn't reach out to him. So many factors, plus the factor that I've been reaching out for bills that have been promised on the floor and never lead to any outcome. So I just let things play. And as a matter of fact, this posse package are not new. This posse package, we did make it publicly known, and this posse package here are on the waiting line for years. So this is not the first time that we hear about these bill. This that we're gonna try to make it. We're trying to fight for social justice. It has been on a waiting line for years, and I wish that we could have these bill gone through the process years ago or a month ago, instead of us fighting here on the floor. But if this is what we have to do, we have to do. So thank you for your question, and I still look forward to build good relationship with Senator Limmer, someone who I respect and see as a friend. Thank you.
Final discussion on the bill, Senator Little.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be voting no on this bill, and I'll tell you why. I want you to step back and ask yourself what this process has looked like. A week and a half ago, we were told we weren't going to tackle any police reform whatsoever. We weren't going to touch it because that's not what the special session is for. We got into special session, and there was a committee where people could talk, but they couldn't make any changes to the bills. And then we got to the floor today, and when the people of color in our caucus were speaking and wanted to make changes, they were told what they were saying is not germane. When we got some people in here that were tired of listening to our people of color on their amendments, they said we should recess. And then when they got more amendments and they didn't like those amendments, they didn't like what the people of color in our caucus were saying, they put an amendment on top of it and erased it. And then when the people of color in our caucus were asked, have you been heard? Were you consulted on these bills? And they said no. They got questioned. I'm going to tell you right now, I was there for the entire conversation that Senator Champion had with Senator Limmer. And restore the vote was also talked about in that conversation. So step back and tell me, what does that look like? And I'll tell you right now, it does not look good. People of color are asking to be heard, and this entire process has frozen them out. Change the way you're doing business around here.
Mr. President.
Senator Benson.
Point of order, Senator Little indicated that we recessed in order to avoid amendments. And if Senator Dietzig disagrees with my characterization of that recess, I hope that she would stand up and say that she disagreed. But in fact, that recess was to work on language that Senator Herr had introduced that our caucus thought had merit and wanted some changes to it to make it more acceptable in smaller communities. And so that was the purpose for the recess. It wasn't to avoid amendments. It was to make an amendment acceptable to a broader part of this body.
Members, we're on final discussion for Senate File 104. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, Senator Herr, I'm sorry to hear of the loss of your friends due to the COVID-19 epidemic. I had a good friend 5 houses away from where I live in Maple Grove who committed suicide because he was forced into isolation for close to 3 months a retired police officer, by the way. I had another neighbor of mine 2 doors away a month ago that died from an overdose. This is in Maple Grove. And I kind of think that some people think that terrible things only happen in certain parts of the city. They happen everywhere. I can't go on to explain this bill in my closing comments without addressing some of the comments that were made about me. It is true. Senator Torres Ray and I talked even just this morning, or maybe it was this afternoon, about the task force that she and I helped pass through the Senate a year ago, and that due to the isolation that the governor imposed, they couldn't meet, and they want to extend their task force time. I asked her if, due to the short period of time we have in the special session, was she aware if the House had it somewhere in a bill? And by doing that, maybe there might be a slim chance to keep it going. As for some of the issues that we are dealing with today, however, I haven't heard much until today. Senator Champion talked about a couple issues that we had talked about in the last few days. A quick pass around the corner of his desk. He tried to promote felon voting. Interesting concept. Short period of time to do it in a special session. Ban the box. We did talk about that. Short period of time in a special session. And so I started to inquire over in the House. Discrimination hotline. Senator Herr. You might recall that there was a discrimination hotline that was created by the Minnesota Department of Human Rights, using their existing budget and their existing discrimination hotline. I figured that since it already was in effect and the department had assumed responsibility for it, that maybe we wouldn't have to ding the taxpayers a second time for another telephone line. I think that cost was $400,000 or so. Maybe I'm wrong on that number, but it was quite sizable. So as a chairman, you kind of, especially with a high burden of legislation, you look for the opportunities, and you also look to see if any other department or agency or someone else might have already resolved the issue. Apparently, I'm guilty for that. And Senator Hayden, I guess I haven't heard a call from Senator Hayden at all, or Franzen. I just contacted my CA to see if there was any requests to visit with me prior to the special session regarding the very issues that were raised today in the numerous debates. We don't have a record of that. Well, as we close this discussion, I guess Minnesota's hurting, and quite honestly, I think the Minnesota Senate is hurting. The way we've treated each other today, I've never seen before in the number of years I've been here. Everyone went down the litany of how many years they've been here. I guess I have you beat, but I've never seen the behavior like this before. This particular bill was to request an updated comprehensive written model on the use of police force. In light of the death of a man who suffered a terrible death, I would have thought there would be a little more respect for him, if not for the creation of good law. And by the way, if we could pass this, the posse language that we have over in the House, things that I think some members here really want, would be subject to perhaps some compromise. The governor wants it. We want it. But apparently, if someone else authors it, you need not support it. The also was to change the police culture, to recognize and respect the sanctity and value of all human life. Oh, and I forgot this, and to treat everyone with dignity and without prejudice. That's written in this little piece of paper. It also requires a peace officer to intercede when he's observing another peace officer using force that's clearly beyond what would be objectionably reasonable. I suppose someone in this room is going to vote against that. I don't know if it's pride of authorship. I don't know what it is. I thought coming into the special session with this terrible experience that Minnesota went through and the terrible reaction that we watched for 3 and 4 days, I would have thought we would have come together anxious to work on something. I didn't think I had to get permission from 4 or 5 people to present a law that applies to the entire state of Minnesota. Not just South Minneapolis, the entire state of Minnesota. We're called state senators for a reason. Oh, and then to require that that police officer that saw that and observed that use of force that would be clearly objectionable, to require him to report it. Now, if there's something missing like consequence or enforcement, I guess someone could have made an amendment to add that. I didn't see that today, but the bill is before us. And I guess it's up to you to decide if we're going to join together. We're all imperfect. We sometimes write somewhat imperfect legislation, but we're doing our best in a very short period of time. The governor has been demanding action from the legislature, and we were trying to recognize the things that we could possibly include that would be close to being accepted. And I just don't understand why we can't work together. I suppose this evening isn't over by the request of all of the desires to speak right now. But I definitely think that the Senate is kind of broken. But despite that, I would ask everyone to vote for this bill. And we'll continue to perfect it as we go along. I even understand that we might even be back here in July. So we have the time. We have the time to get together. We have the time to talk. Consider this a starting point. But I hope we can get together for the benefit of all the people in the state of Minnesota. Because right now, they're hurting. And we must respond. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, we're on final passage of Senate File 104. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I wasn't going to say anything. I was going to let Senator Limmer give his closing words, and then we would go and vote. And I would encourage folks to vote no. I'm holding in my hand, this is not a prop, and I'm going to look at the back of it because it's not a prop, but there's something that I want to read from here. And it's clear that this is something that I got from Senator Gazelka today. And the back of it reads simply this: as Daniel Patrick Moynihan once said, you're entitled to your own opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. Mr. President, Senator Limmer is entitled to his own opinion, but he's not entitled to his own facts. And I know that sometimes people get direction from other individuals from on the federal level, and then it seems to seep its way down into the state. But I am asking us all to reject that because that's unfortunate that Senator Limmer would go that direction. Senator Limmer wants to talk about who contacted him, and in fact, he tried to change the facts of what Senator Little did witness. It wasn't just us talking about restore the vote. That was one of the things that we talked about because I asked a specific question. What are some of the ideas and policies that the GOP wanted to put forward? Because we had ideas, and I'd love to talk about those things with him. He started rattling off a couple things and said, and I said, I'd love to get together with you to talk about that. And in fact, restore the vote was the last thing that I talked about because I said that that's one of the things that I think one should consider, along with use of force, residency requirement, duty to intervene, and duty to report. And I find it also offensive for a member that I have such respect for to suggest that there are individuals who want him to, members who want to give him permission. Does he have to get permission? How about being thoughtful and considerate of your colleagues? That's not asking for permission. It's asking for dialogue, the very thing that you say that's important to you. Yet and still your actions have dictated something else. So you want to offend us and say that we want to grant you permission? How about just permission to be a human being and to converse with us in real time? If that is too much to ask, then I will not ask it again. Because you do have to see the humanity in other people and not things from just an ideological perspective. What we are rejecting, since you want to talk about George Floyd, and you said that you thought that there would be more participation, what made you think that? Was it because of the fact that you thought that your ideas were more important than conversing with us, and therefore you have the answer to what's important for little old me or the communities that we serve? So if I sound a little challenged right now, it is because I am challenged because you have offended me and you have offended the people that I serve. What I reject is no consequences in your bill. The very consequences that you said no one put forward, perhaps you had more time to socialize with your colleagues and not read the amendments that were put forward. Because I believe it was Senator Hayden that put forward an amendment. I believe it was the 851 amendment or 850 amendment, if my memory serves me correctly. I remember highlighting to you that your bill had no consequences articulated in it. And then it was your colleague, Mr. President, who offered an amendment to the amendment to take out all of the language for consequences. But then we're going to have someone to devise facts that are totally just wrong and say that no one put forward anything around consequences, that you didn't see it? That's possible that you didn't see it, because when you're not paying attention to us, then we are invisible to you. What else are we rejecting? Lack of substance in the bill. Use of force. It is status quo. It changes nothing. You can put words on paper, but just to say you put them on paper, that doesn't change anything. It just means that there's another sheet of paper with words on it. But we are looking for substance. And we're looking for bipartisan efforts, because we do see this as Minnesota. So when, Mr. President, Senator Limmer says this is not just about Minneapolis, that's the first right thing that I heard him say. It is not just about Minneapolis. It is about the state of Minnesota and the response from the state of Minnesota. We represent the state of Minnesota. We did not come to St. Paul only to represent the interests of Minneapolis. That is a part of our charge, and we are happy and thrilled to do it. But we recognize that we are statesmen, and we are state representatives. We are state senators. Well, then Senator Limmer should take his own advice and reach across the aisle and work with us as his colleagues and other people who are members of this state.
Final discussion on the bill, Senator Franzen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it's not customary to speak after the author of the bill has made final remarks. And I did not intend to speak, but since he mentioned my name and insinuated that I do not do my job, I feel I should clear the record. For the record, Senator Limmer, I communicated on June 2nd with your Majority Leader Gazelka. I asked him that I would host a tour. I would like to host your tour on Lake Street. My business is 1 block off Lake and Lyndale. I can work with staff to visit a few impacted businesses, and we can reconvene at my office to discuss the needs with key stakeholders. Thank you. He directed me to Senator Senjum. I reached out to Senator Senjum and his staff, who never got back to me. Oh, excuse me, to correct the record. Acknowledged that I got the text, but never got back to me. So, yes, the Senate might be broken, because that's the same chair of the bonding bill that had refused to meet with Senator Pappas for many, 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 many occasions, and we've heard of them. So maybe we do have a broken Senate. If we all do our job collectively, we can get long ways, and we would probably be out of here pretty quickly. But if we're just going to insinuate that people are not interested in doing the work, well, I'm sorry. I am doing the work, and I hope my constituents know that. Thank you.
Final discussion on the bill, Senator Hayden.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and the time is late, and I know that we've probably, the old adage, everything has been said, but not all have said it. But I was compelled as well by Senator Limmer in trying to work our way through this process, and him and Senator Engelbritz's kind of line of questioning about if they called him, if they reached out to him. And so as I thought about what Senator Champion said about the work that we do around here and how we reach out to each other and see if we're okay, and I had articulated to Senator Engelbritz, and well, there was literally hundreds of $millions of damage in my district, and literally there had been a tragic murder by the hands of law enforcement that was seen all across the world. And my community had been invaded by people who didn't live there, and started fires and were throwing inflammatory devices into garbage cans and shooting at first responders to the point that we had to have the National Guard stationed all around my district. Just 2 blocks from my house, they were there, and bringing in some of these folks that are with us today in the State Patrol to try to pick up where the local law enforcement had let off. But somehow I was supposed to pick up the phone and call Senator Limmer and ask him if it was okay and how we should work on some of this transformative law enforcement reform. Senator Limmer said the Senate is broken. I suggest, Senator Limmer, this country is broken. It's been broken for a very long time from my eyes. So if for somehow today things got a little tough and a little heated, a little testy, people got a little offended, well, that's how I feel almost each and every day, Senator Limmer. Each and every day. So I'm not sure if he's paying attention, but that would be almost par for the course. But that's how I feel. Let me tell you what else I am. You know how you're sitting here right now and you're tired? We've been here all day long. You're exhausted. People are like, what is going on here? That's how I wake up every day, members. Exhausted and tired. Tired of asking people permission if they would listen to me. Tired of asking people permission to invest in my community. Tired of having people to ask permission to invest in my children. Tired, sick and tired of asking people each and every day that if you put a law enforcement community that's supposed to protect me, that they don't put their boot on my neck, that they don't shoot me, that they don't choke me, that they don't humiliate me, that they don't stop me for no reason, that they don't ask me, what am I doing here? Why am I driving that car? I'm tired of having my heart race every time a law enforcement person gets behind me because I have been socialized to be afraid of them. So if people are a little offended here today, if they feel like the Senate is broken and we're not as collegial as we should be, and that we're passionate, that this group of legislators here, my allies and the people of color and Indigenous caucus are finally saying, you know what? We're tired. We're exhausted. Mr. President, we have been disrespected in the highest form, and then we have to endure our colleagues we work with each and every year. I've been in this Senate floor for 9 years. I spent 3 years in the House. Spend plenty of time with people here having coffee and eating and discussing issues, and then to come here and ask for some teeth to get in the bill, to ask for us to start the transformation, to then talk, and then it becomes some sort of benevolent project that I somehow have to ask and beg and call you and chase you down in order for you to look in my eyes, to watch TV, to turn on every single station that we have, every local station, every national station, and see West Broadway on fire. University's on fire. Lake Street is on fire. 44th is on fire. Heck, they even was burning down the Sunray Mall. But somehow, I got to muster up the steam when I wake up in the morning and get on the list that say, let me call Senator Limmer and the rest of the chairs to see. Now, I don't want to cast that on every chair. There's been chairs that call me, and we're doing good work. We're trying to figure it out. But to somehow Senator Ingebrigtsen to say, well, you didn't call Senator Limmer, so what you expect? Senator Limmer to say, well, you know, him called me. That explains it all. That tells you what we're broken. That tells you why we're in the situation that we're in. Because I got to keep on picking up the phone, call that guy in the big house, see if he'll do something for me, see if he'll give me a little hand, see if he'll help me. Well, Mr. President, I'm here to submit I'm tired. And the people I represent are tired. And they're tired of asking permission just to get the basic rights that they need. There's a civil rights activist in the 60s, early 60s, from Mississippi, an African-American woman who was just trying to be part of the process. And her famous quote, right, Senator Champion, was, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. So, Mr. President, I would tell people that this isn't enough. Don't vote for this bill. But I'll leave you with this, that us, people of color, black and brown people, my friends in the Southeast Asian community, and others are sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Members, we're on final passage of Senate File 104. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 303, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in the president's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 323, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 237, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll now call on Senator Jasinski to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jensen votes aye.
Senator Jensen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Newman votes aye.
Senator Newman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Senjum votes aye.
Senator Senjum votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Osmic votes aye.
Senator Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rude votes aye.
Senator Rude votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye. I'll now call on Senator Kent to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report aye for Senator Carlson.
Senator Carlson votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Clausen.
Senator Clausen votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Eaton.
Senator Eaton votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator... Mr. President, I'm sorry, I have read my own handwriting wrong. Can I please start at the top of my list?
Sure. Senator Kent.
Mr. President, I report no for Senator Carlson.
Senator Carlson votes no.
I report no for Senator Clausen.
Senator Clausen votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Eaton.
Senator Eaton votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Lane.
Senator Lane votes no.
I report no for Senator Latz.
Senator Latz votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Newton.
Senator Newton votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Rest.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Wickland.
Senator Wickland votes no. Senator Kent? Okay. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 37 ayes and 28 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, I'd like to bring back the Senate File number 1.
Senator Limmer moves to take Senate File 1 from the table. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. We'll take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations. Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails. All right, members, we have Senate File 1 as amended in front of us. Further discussion on Senate File 1 as amended. Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's an old saying that third time's a charm. So for me, I guess it's the fourth time. It's even more charming. So I have Amendment A30.
Senator Herr offers the A30 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Herr moves to amend Senate File number 1 as follows. Page 1 before line 6. Insert this is the A30 amendment.
Senator Herr to the amendment.
Yes. Mr. President, I already talked in various versions about this bill, but this language here has the consensus of our bipartisan support. One of the sections is to make requirement of the record keeping flexible, so that it could allow more agency to be involved. And there's also one section that require no in-service training, so that the agency can develop partners with others. And then the pilot section, the pilot program section, since it's a pilot program, it will be up for review, and it may not incur the subsequent year of $200,000. So that $200,000 will go back to the original amount. So that's pretty much what's the difference in this amendment and has the consensus of both parties. So I'd like to ask for your green votes.
Discussion on the A30 amendment, Senator Dietzick, followed by Senator Limmer. Senator Dietzick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Herr, for bringing this amendment. This was the amendment that Senator Benson and I, Senator Herr, Senator Hayden, and Senator Champion were working on when we recessed, and I think we have a good compromise here that will help get some additional, so helping to get the training focused on this crisis response, conflict management, cultural diversity, the autism training, and then I think it is good to get the to split up and do a pilot project in the metro and a pilot project outside of the metro, and let's see if it actually works, and then come back and we can decide if we continue it. So thank you for everybody for their help on the amendment, and thank you, Senator Herr, for bringing it forward. And I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations, Senator Herr. We actually did a little collaboration tonight. It can be done. Mr. President, I would accept this amendment as a friendly amendment.
Further discussion on the A30 amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. We'll take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations. Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Members, we're back on Senate File 1 as amended. Senator Hayden. Any other amendments? Seeing none, the Secretary will give Senate File 1 its third reading.
Senate File Number 1, a bill for an act relating to public safety modifying a past appropriation to the Peace Officers Standards and Training Board.
Third reading. Senator Hayden.
Good. Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I just wanted to commend the body on this particular bill. This is what happens when we work together, when we put all of our heads together and we put an amendment together that I think strengthens the bill, along with Senator Francis' amendment that we put on. So I would encourage the members to vote green on this bill.
Final discussion on the bill. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would agree with Senator Hayden. There can be good work done. Nevertheless, for those of you who have been here all day long, we started with this bill, Senate File 1, and it refers to modifying the appropriation of police training. You may recall that, and it extends it from a 4-year sunset, which is going to fall due next year, and it'll continue as a permanent funding source for law enforcement training with specific curriculum. Thank you.
Members, we're on final passage of Senate File 1. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 303, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 323, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in 237, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll call on Senator Kent to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report aye for Senator Carlson.
Senator Carlson votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Clausen.
Senator Clausen votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Eaton.
Senator Eaton votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Lane.
Senator Lane votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Latz.
Senator Latz votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Newton.
Senator Newton votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Rest.
Senator Rest votes aye. Senator Kent.
I report aye for Senator Wickland.
Senator Wickland votes aye. I'll call on Senator Jasinski to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jensen votes aye.
Senator Jensen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Senator Newman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Senjum votes aye.
Senator Senjum votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Senator Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Rude votes aye.
Senator Rude votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 65 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Senator Benson.
Mr. President, I move that Senate File 5 be taken from the table.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed say no. We'll take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations. Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails. Senator Benson.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 26, I designate Senate File 5 be made special order for immediate consideration.
Members, the next bill up for consideration is Senate File 5. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, Senate File 5 is titled Public Safety, Peer Support, and Critical Incident Stress Management. I want to put out a big thank you to Senator Bingham for the work that she's done on this. I'd have to say tirelessly. She's been working with the first responders and law enforcement and working with the other body to get this bill moving forward. And I certainly see the importance of it. And actually, members, you'd be interested to know that that the concept of this bill is a recommendation from the working group on police-involved deadly force encounters chaired by Attorney General Ellison, Department of Public Safety Commissioner John Harrington, and it has the support of Minnesota Sheriff's Association and Chiefs of Police and MPPOA and the Department of Public Safety and NAMI, Minnesota. So we can all be proud of this product coming from that committee that I was on, and along with other professionals that we talked about with regards to critical incidents. Critical incidents, of course, peer review is what this is about. And Mr. President, I'd like to start out by offering an amendment to make sure that we've got this right, because we do have some significant changes here that we want to make cleared up. So I'd offer the A6 amendment.
Senator Ingebrigtsen offers the A6 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Ingebrigtsen moves to amend Senate File Number 5 as follows. Page 1 after line 6, insert. This is the A6 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate File Peer Support Services, the A6 amendment addresses a data practices issue we learned about in the past several days. This has certainly been a work in progress and will continue to be if need be, but in that we keep the same classifications that currently exist in law. I know that there's been some sort of an agreement with some folks that are talking about, and the other body has been working on this issue, but even after seeing the language just a couple hours ago, there are still concerns about it. So even while people said that it was a final agreement, many people are still trying to get the language changed even now. So, Mr. President, I've also heard that the protections are actually being limited in that near version, so the current confidentiality protections are being further undermined by how things are worked. Although they might have some good suggestions, the language is still not here. But I am comfortable with the language we have before us tonight, and this bill as originally introduced with this one data privacy fix drafted by our staff and requested, believe it or not, by the Minnesota Newspaper Association. The A6 amendment also, we have as I talk, the A6 amendment, a very large portion of it refers to the data privacy that is also already in statute, so that has to be included. Basically, that's what the amendment is. It has to be included in this bill. And one of the main reasons we need this information is so that the information is currently public and will remain public. So members, the amendment is just cleanup language, and I would ask for people to support that, and I will explain the bill further once this amendment, again, a very straightforward and keeping in tune with the Data Privacy Act, and basically what the amendment talks about.
Discussion on the A6 amendment. Senator Dietzich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Ingebrigtsen yield?
Senator Ingebrigtsen will yield. Senator Dietzich.
Thank you, and I'm just kind of trying to figure out what this all says. So I'm going to start with the bottom half first, because from what I remember from committee hearing this morning, what's on page 3, subdivision 2, disclosure prohibited and exception. I know the Newspaper Association and the county attorneys had some concern with the language, and you mentioned there may be amendment, and so this came from the Newspapers Association. So does that county attorney's office also signed off on that, or is that, did they have a separate issue, separate from what the Newspaper Association had?
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, actually, the Senate Council was the one that fixed this. It was not brought forward by those groups.
Senator Dietzich.
Okay, and so All right, it's late. Where is subdivision 9? So are you, will Senator Limmer yield? Or Senator Ingebrigtsen will yield, sorry.
Mr. President, it's in the Data Privacy Act is in Chapter 13.43, Minnesota Statutes 218, Section 13.43, Subdivision 9. It is added to this bill to make sure that the Data Privacy Act governs it.
Okay.
Senator Dietzich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, thank you, Senator Ingebrigtsen. So now I understand. So this is adding an additional language into the
That's
bill
right.
to make sure that, okay, so that the...
That's correct.
Gotcha. So now it's data practices has covered it, and then we clarified some additional data practices, disclosure stuff at the end. So, okay, thank you. That is helpful.
Any further discussion on the A6 amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Ingebrigtsen?
One thing, Mr. President, and Senator Dietzich, I apologize for my lack of clarity. It is getting late, and as you well know, so that's what it is. It's very, very straightforward and cleans it up, and I would ask for support on that amendment.
Further discussion on the A6 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, say no. We'll take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations. Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Members, we're back on Senate File 5 as amended. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Members, the bill is pretty straightforward, and a brief description is that critical stress and critical incidents that occur with first responders which result in acute and accumulative psychological stress or trauma to an emergency service provider as a result of provider's response to that event. This critical incident stress management is meant to encompass consultation, one-on-one peer post-traumatic stress prevention or resilience education and training provided by a critical incident stress management team or member. Members, we do have these teams throughout the state of Minnesota, different regions, that actually respond to emergencies where a lot of folks will be responding and see a lot of traumatic and a lot of trauma, if you will, during emergency situations. And again, I think maybe we've even talked about this. Not everybody can handle those situations in the best fashion, and this will help certainly them deal with those problems and hopefully prevent other actions that would result from this kind of stress and trauma. So members, it's pretty straightforward, and again, those people, it came from the working group, it's supported by the working group. It's one of the many issues that were agreed upon by everybody on that particular working group, and I would ask for your support and stand for any further questions.
Discussion on Senate File 5 as amended. Senator Dietzich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Ingebrigtsen yield?
Senator Ingebrigtsen will yield. Senator Dietzich.
Thank you, Mr. President. So for some reason, I'm getting a lot of emails on this bill. And I know it was part of the work group, so I know it's been discussed before. I know Senator Bigham has been involved in additional conversations. I believe one of my House members has been working on this, and I know there's been a lot of discussion even today, back and forth. And so, Senator Ingebrigtsen, I know there were some issues with this still. Is there an agreement, or are there still discussions going on to resolve some issues with the bill?
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Dietrich. Thank you for that question. And yes, but it's nearly agreed upon with the other body. However, I thought it was of immediacy to at least get this moving forward. There's again a very big and large consensus of the group here to get this move forward, but it's going to take if it's going to take a little bit of work, I'm certainly committed to doing that and making sure that this very important initiative gets moved forward. So it's just gone back and forth so much. Senator Bingham, again, has done a lot of work on this, and she's committed to it, and I've told her that I would also work with her. So her and I have been talking tonight, and I've also been talking with the MPPOA, and they are in support of the bill in this fashion right now. So,
any further discussion on Senate File 5 as amended? Seeing none, the Secretary will give Senate File 5 its third reading.
Senate File Number 5, a bill for an act relating to public safety.
Third reading. Final discussion on the bill. Members, we're on final passage of Senate File 5 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 303, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 323, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 237, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll call on Senator Jasinski to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jensen votes aye.
Senator Jensen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Senator Newman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Senjum votes aye.
Senator Senjum votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Senator Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye. I'll call on Senator Kent now.
Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Senator Rude votes aye.
Senator Rude votes aye. I'll call on Senator Kent to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report no for Senator Carlson.
Senator Carlson votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Clausen.
Senator Clausen votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Eaton.
Senator Eaton votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Lane.
Senator Lane votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Latz.
Senator Latz votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Newton.
Senator Newton votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Rest.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Kent.
I report no for Senator Wickland.
Senator Wickland votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 40 ayes and 25 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Senator Benson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate File 7 be taken from the table.
On that motion, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. We'll take a brief pause to gather the votes of the members in alternate locations. Receiving a sufficient number of aye votes, the motion prevails. Senator Benson.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 26, I designate Senate File 7 be designated special orders for immediate consideration.
Members, the next bill up for consideration is Senate File 7. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate File 7 is a bill that is modeled after Senator Chamberlain's Senate File 3187 from our session earlier this year. This bill has had bipartisan, bicameral support, and it also has support of the Minnesota Department of Education, school boards, and teachers. The only difference is the bill you see tonight has a larger appropriation because we have more work to do. This bill before you is called the Letters Bill, and that is spelled L-E-T-R-S. It stands for Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading and Spelling. The knowledge of letters applies to children who are learning to read. Not just kids with dyslexia or disabilities, it applies to all kids learning to read. Letters is a sustained course of professional development in the science of reading that systematically prepares teachers to improve the reading of any student in front of them. MDE is already delivering evidence-based professional development that has been built and shown to impact teacher practices. Now, there may be other off-the-shelf training programs. However, none of them, members, have the track record that Letters does. By selecting an off-the-shelf top-shelf training program for our teachers with a proven track record, the Minnesota Department of Education can focus on transferring what teachers learn to daily instruction. And we can more quickly get to student results by building it from local experts. This course of training updates teachers' capacity to identify, sequence, and integrate evidence-based instruction in oral language, phonemic awareness, decoding, spelling, fluency, vocabulary, comprehension, and writing. The knowledge gained and instructional practices learned through letters can be implemented immediately. Well, which teachers need literacy instruction? Well, there's a sense that teachers at different grades may find their way into letters content from different starting points based upon the immediate applications to their daily teaching. But all teachers will eventually need all units. I will not take the time tonight to go through and tell you basically what those units are. I'd be glad to share that with you as a reading specialist myself. But for tonight, I will give you what you need to know about why this program works and why it's important that we pass this tonight, fund this, and make sure all of our students have access to a teacher who is trained in evidence-based reading. This bill is asking for $5 million. And according to the Minnesota Department of Education's testimony on February 24th, if you're doing the math, I'll save you all of that, this will train about 3,267 teachers. And MDE will determine the application process for awarding funds to licensed teachers. So again, Letters is a training program. It is not a curriculum. It is already being funded on a small scale and provided to a very limited number of educators. But members, when we look at our reading results, we can no longer think that that is okay. Our third grade readers, which we know is the key point for being a proficient reader, I just want to share with you some very sobering news that unfortunately is not news. It's been a trend here from just in the numbers I have in front of me from 2015 to 2019. Less than half of our black and brown children are proficient in reading. Members, we cannot let that stand. We need to make sure every student has the ability to have a teacher who is trained in letters and evidence-based reading. So that is the bill before us, members. I would just point to what's happened with Letters, just so you have a little bit of background. Mississippi in recent years adopted Letters training at both higher education for its teachers in preparation and for its current classroom teachers. And as was presented to our Senate Education Committee, Minnesota's federal NAEP scores, you know, that is the nation's report card of fourth grade reading scores, have now, they were at the bottom, members, they have now surpassed Minnesota kids for Black, Hispanic, and low-income students. So what we have in front of us tonight is the opportunity to make sure that every student in Minnesota has a letters-trained teacher who will be teaching them to read. We will see our reading scores improve. So with that, members, I will stand for any questions.
Discussion on Senate File 5. Senator Chamberlain.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President and Senator Nelson. So we'll end the night on a high note. we've all kind of found new ways to dislike each other through the day, which was sad, but I think we've grown from that. But I believe this is a way to end the night. This seems like a small matter. Maybe some of you are pulling your hair out and poking out your eyes because Chamberlain's going to talk at the end of the night after this long day of brutal discussion, but sometimes productive. But members, feel good about this. If we can find $5 million in some way in the House and the governor to sign this bill, you have a game changer in literacy. You could go from the proficiency we have now to 80, 90% in a very short time. This is it. This will work. Mississippi has done it. This is the way to go. It is liberating for our kids and for our educators. In our discussions and negotiations with Education Minnesota, MSBA, MDE, dyslexia groups, and others, this is what they agreed to. We didn't put any mandates on it because we believed inside out, bottom up, self-driven by people would be important, and that's what they agreed to. These are professionals. They want to teach their kids. We just want to give them the tools and take down some barriers. So members, vote green on this. This is a good way to end the night for all kids in this state, and hopefully we move forward from here. It's a small step, but this $5 million will leverage a world of difference for a lot of kids, and we can end this night on a good note. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chamberlain. Further discussion on Senate File Number 7. Senator Torres-Ray.
Mr. President and members, I believe I have an amendment at the desk.
Senator Torres-Ray, we're checking.
Thank you.
Senator Torres-Ray, we're hearing we do not have an amendment at the desk. We'll stand by for 1 minute while you find it.
Excuse me, Mr. President, if you could give me a minute, please.
Senator Torres-Ray, we will. Senator Uyghur, while we're waiting, you have the floor. Senator Uyghur.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. On the bill, Senate File 7, I certainly would agree that it could do some very good things, but I had a question as we're looking for the amendment. Would Senator Nelson please yield?
Senator Nelson will yield. Senator Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Nelson, regarding the budget balance for the end of 2021, do you know what that projected balance is?
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Uyghur, are you talking about our state general fund?
Mr. President,
Senator
yes.
Uyghur.
I believe there at the end of session, regular session, there was a tracking sheet that was distributed, and it showed what the projected balance would be.
Senator Nelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Uyghur, I did see that tracking sheet, but I've learned long ago not to hold those numbers in my head, and I'm afraid I don't have that tracking sheet with me. But I can tell you that we know that we anticipate that we are having budget challenges. So there's certainly, I'm not sure where you're driving with that, but I'll very much yield back to you and let you read from your sheet. Or we'll ask Senator Rosen.
Senator Uyghur, I think Senator Rosen could potentially answer that. Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Uyghur, for the question. At this point, we are at minus $2.426 billion, almost a $4 billion swing.
Senator Uyghur.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. President. And the point being, this would add an additional $5 million to a negative fund balance, and I would ask the chair, the finance, would Senator Rosen yield?
Senator Rosen will yield. Senator Uyghur.
Senator Rosen, do you consider it financially prudent for us to advance spending initiatives? Because if the answer is yes, I can assure you we will offer some additional ones as well. Thank you.
Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Uyghur, for the question. And it's a very difficult question because of this enormous deficit that we have approaching and the different priorities that members and departments and governors have for the amount of what they would like to spend on. But I can tell you, literacy issues is a game changer for our children. And we do know that we do have to spend money. I always say in my district, you do have to spend money on your children, on the elderly, on the vulnerable. And so we will find the money for literacy issues because it is so critical for our children. And if I can tell just a brief story while we're waiting for this amendment, Mr. Chair, I took a tour back in 2005 of the New Mexico Penitentiary, where 95% of the inmates were in there because of methamphetamine and all the legislation that we did with meth back in 2005. And it was a fascinating tour because every single one of those men that came in could not read or write above a 5th grade level for sure. And so they concentrated on literacy and they concentrated on nutrition. And those gentlemen were able to get their life back and develop some kind of a career and a workforce training program that they could get out of prison and continue on with a life that they could support a family with. So again, literacy issues is extremely important, and I do think that $5 million is worth the investment.
Senator Uyghur.
Mr. President, thank you, Senator Rosen, and I agree. An investment in literacy and many other areas, particularly addressing the opportunity gap, which seemed to be a part of the underlying motivation in the comments by Senator Nelson. So we'll revisit additional opportunities on that theme. And again, Senator Rosen, the commitment to find the money is taken with a great deal of enthusiasm. It's a challenge, but the issues that we are dealing with are a challenge. I believe that Senator Torres Ray may have located her amendment, and so we'll come back later with a potential amendment.
Senator Torres Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Actually, you know, we were told that we were not going to take this bill now, so we just, the language is, we're working on the language right now. It's being, they will bring us a number in just a moment. So if it is okay with you, Mr. President and members, I can talk about it, these policies, policy that we know. I can go over this, or if we can wait for just a couple of minutes, it will be ready. Whatever is your preference.
Senator Nelson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Torres Ray. I do think it's important that members have that amendment in front of them, so I would ask that the amendment get to us.
Further discussion, Senator Uyghur.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A9 amendment. Okay, Mr. President, I believe it was prepared by nonpartisan counsel earlier, but I believe they released it to the desk before we actually get a hard copy.
Senator Uyghur, we don't have, I'm being told by the desk that we don't have any amendments at the desk.
Okay.
So what I'm being told by the desk is the Senator Torres Ray amendment is a 30-page amendment that they are working on. The Senator Uyghur amendment is an amendment to the Torres Ray amendment. That's how it was drafted or instructed to be drafted. So at this point, we don't have either one of those at the desk.
Mr. President?
Senator Uyghur.
Was there and for the members too, we were told a few hours ago that this was deleted from tonight's agenda, and we learned a bit ago that it was back on as we look at nearly 1 a.m. That's fine. It's not a tribute to transparency, but we'll do our best. Is there an estimated time as to when the amendment would be here? And you know, I believe that Senator Torres Ray, if she was able to give some comments, some of the concepts have been, discussed before, but all relating primarily to the opportunity gap, which we're trying to close.
We're told that it could be about 15 to 20 minutes before the amendments are prepared, ready to go. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I did want to just clarify, Senate File 7 never was removed from the agenda, so it has been on the agenda all day. I guess they saved the best till last. So we are before you tonight with Senate File 7.
Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask for a short, brief recess of 15 minutes, please.
Senator Rosen moves at the Senate recess to the call of the President, approximately 15 minutes.
Mr. President.
Senator Nelson, for what reason do you rise?
Mr. President, I would like to, I'm rising to reconsider that we do allow Senator Torres Ray to address her amendment tonight without that being in front of us. I have great confidence in the body, and I think it's important that these comments are able to be delivered. And as if we get to any voting, obviously there will need to be written language in front of everyone. And Senator Torres Ray and I have worked on many education bills at the same time and in the past, and I know that this will be an important presentation.
Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to remove my motion to have a recess, please. Thank you.
Senator Rosen withdraws her motion. So now we have, we're back on Senate File 7 and Senator Torres Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. Thank you, Senator Nelson. I appreciate your support with this. So for members, my apologies. I believe our caucus was not ready with these amendments, and my apologies for these misunderstanding. So I don't have the number for this amendment, but the amendment includes some provisions that were presented before the Education Committee by the Department of Education and members from this body who are interested in moving forward policies relating to equity. And I thought it was important that our members hear this because unfortunately we were not given really the opportunity to have formal hearings and votes on these particular provisions. But they speak to the issues that we were presenting earlier with respect to eliminating the disparities, the deep disparities that exist in our state that put our children at a disadvantage. The first part of this amendment is the American Indian Student and Tribal Nations. That is House File 4117. This particular provision strengthens our ability to coordinate work with tribal nations. I believe that this is essential, members. We need to do a better job of working with our tribal nations to improve the academic disparities that exist in our schools. This language will allow tribal nations to access educational data about tribally enrolled or descendant students to support the education and the educational attainment of those students. It requires the commissioner to consult with the Tribal Nations Education Committee when revising academic standards. It allows students to wear tribal regalia at graduations. It adds tribal health and human services agencies to conduct interagency intervention and coordinated work between school districts, special education, cooperatives, counties, early childhood education, organizations, educational programs, and agencies serving families that experience homelessness to develop programs and identify needs of children with the needs of children with disabilities. The second part of this amendment speaks to cultural responsiveness. That is a House File 3201. This particular provision modifies the world's best workforce and the Achievement and Integration Program, encouraging the creation of school environments that are culturally responsive, inclusive, and respectful of learning and working environments for students, staff, and families in diverse communities. It requires teachers and principals to be evaluated on their cultural responsiveness as part of their evaluations. It requires the school districts and charter schools to adopt local policies prohibiting the discrimination or discipline against a teacher for incorporating contributions by persons in federally or state-defined protected class into their curriculum. The next provision is a limitation on preschool suspensions. This is an issue that we've talked about for a very long time, members. And this requires that school districts not dismiss children participating in public pre-K programs. So these are very young students, unless non-exclusionary discipline options have been exhausted, and only in circumstances where there is an ongoing safety threat to the child or others. It speaks to non-exclusionary disciplinary policies and practices that are based on research and have been adopted in many states around the nation. This amendment also includes a provision on school lunch shaming. We have been talking about this for a long time as well. It requires the schools to develop and post in their websites a school meal policy that describes what happens when a student does not bring money to pay for their meal. It prohibits the schools from denying a school lunch to students who do not qualify for a free or reduced price lunch. Members, when we get the amendment, you will get the entire bill for each and every one of these provisions. And I think it's incredibly important that you pay attention to the essence of this amendment, which is really aimed at eliminating the disparities that exist in our school districts and providing support for children that are vulnerable, that really need for the schools to provide services and supports for children that we know need those supports and are now a statistic. We've been talking about, achievement gaps in many, many ways. We describe what these gaps are. They are related to the income, to their disability, to whatever the issue may be. This particular bill begins to define some of these challenges and begins to define some of the policies that we need to put in place to address these disparities. Thank you, Mr. President. I understand that you do have. So we now have the amendment in front of you, and this is the A2 amendment. So that's the amendment, Mr. Chair and members.
Senator Torres Ray offers the A2 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Torres Ray moves to amend Senate File Number 7 as follows. Page 1 after line 4, insert. This is the A2 amendment.
Senator Torres Ray, any further discussion on the A2 amendment? Senator Nelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Torres Ray, I appreciate you bringing this. It looks vaguely familiar to something that certainly the Senate and the House had agreed to as the House didn't quite get it passed before our constitutional adjournment date. Now, I haven't had a time to obviously look at all 30 pages, but I can tell you some of it looks very familiar. And some of those things, like the non-exclusionary discipline, are in the agreement that we are expecting from the House at any moment. But, Mr. President, I rise and would direct the President to examine 35.2, germaneness. This 30-page amendment, obviously, significantly expands the scope of the original bill, and it is, I believe, non-germane. I would just encourage the President to read the title of Senate File 7.
Senator Nelson rises on a point of order under Rule 35.2 that the amendment is not germane. Advice for the President, Senator Uyghur.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would disagree. I think it's directly germane. The underlying bill, Senate File 7, relates to education, and the author's stated intent is to address the opportunity gap. Reference in the commentary, it's a very brief bill, so we learn more about intent and germaneness by what the narrative was and discussion about addressing the opportunity gap, students brown and black that need additional incentive programs to help level the playing field. Literacy is a way of providing that so that we have a level playing field. Senator Torres Ray's bill has initiatives directly addressing that as all. And so this is the opportunity. This is the moment. These are provisions that we have not had heard in committee. We had narrative on this for the past 12 hours about being shut out in the process, not having bills heard on opportunity, on racial equity, And Senator Torres Ray is pointing some of these out. Now, we can make the germane argument, or we can look at some policy initiatives that substantially address closing the opportunity gap. So I would plead that we have a chance to at least vote for these measures. These are measures that are supported by Governor Walz, the Department of Education, a number of groups that are dedicated to equity. We've talked about what we can do. This is germane.
Further advice? Senator Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. President. The A2 amendment, I would note, is not germane. I would read for you exactly what Senate File 7 is. Senate File 7 is about language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling grants. That's it. Letters. That is all Senate File 7 is about. The A2 amendment vastly expands upon that. In fact, the only thing that is the same is if, in fact, letters is in this amendment. So I definitely appreciate Senator Torres Ray bringing this. I was glad to give her an opportunity to speak to this. And we certainly, it is not germane. It's a significant expansion of letters. I would advise the President as such. Thank you.
Further advice, Senator Uyghur.
Yes, Mr. President, and as you've said before, perhaps you've already had enough advice and are ready to rule. This is our only opportunity to weigh in. We have been shut out, E12 Senate Democrats, on having our racial equity, our opportunity proposals being heard. None of them have been heard all session. And then there's the patronizing now to say we let Senator Torres Ray give an introduction at 5 minutes to 1 in the morning. But no, it's not germane. This topic is so germane to what's real and going on in Minnesota. We have not had an opportunity, and this is our only opportunity on the Senate floor to present these ideas, which are supported by many organizations. Mr. President, we can't get hearings in committee. I haven't had one all year. Senator Torres Ray, no hearings. Senator Kent, no hearings. Senator Swedinsky, no hearings in education. That's fine, Senator Nelson, that you have a bill here that is needed, but we've been shut out. Senator Clausen did have one bill heard at the end. All of us, the Democrats on that committee, we're on this. We're proud to be on this equity bill. And I wish we could adopt it.
Any further advice? I rule that the point of order is well taken and the amendment is not germane.
Mr. President, I respectfully appeal the ruling.
Senator Uyghur appeals the ruling of the chair.
Just for a roll call.
Roll call will be taken. The question in front of the body: shall the decision of the President be the judgment of the Senate? A green vote is in favor of the judgment of the President, and a red vote is against the judgment of the President. The Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 303, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in the president's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 323, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 237, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. Call on Senator Jasinski to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jensen votes aye.
Senator Jensen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Senator Newman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Senjum votes aye.
Senator Senjum votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Senator Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Rude votes aye.
Senator Rude votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson
P. votes aye.
Senator Anderson P. votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Mr. President, Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye. I'll now call on Senator Kent to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Champion votes no.
Senator Champion votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Clausen votes no.
Senator Clausen votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Senator Eaton votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Lane votes no.
Senator Lane votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Newton votes no.
Senator Newton votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Sparks votes no.
Senator Sparks votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 31 nays, the motion prevails and the decision of the president is sustained. Members back on Senate File 7. Senator Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as I said initially, I do support Senate File 7. I've been a strong supporter for literacy programs and also the great potential of what it can do in addressing dyslexia needs. I did have a chance to go to some of the meetings that Senator Chamberlain had over the past year. I know Senator Clausen was there and a lot of stakeholders. So I do support the initiative. The thought that we're going to be able to come up with that money, and there's ways, notwithstanding a projected deficit is a challenge, but I'm all for it. I just want to share, though, there are additional ways that our caucus would wish we could share as a part of addressing the opportunity gap. That also requires an investment. And very briefly, we have proposals, and I had another one in Senate File 63 I had, but I know we're not doing hearings, but it called for having incentives for aspiring teachers of color. It's so important that we meet this objective if we want to close the gap. Having full service community schools. This is a proven way to close the opportunity gap, and the evidence in the EPIC report from Ed, Minnesota showed that. And we don't have to reinvent, it's there. I would have had an amendment that would have provided additional funds, just as Senator Nelson is going to come up with the money on her initiative. We can do more in early ed. Literacy by third grade, yes, and a very important benchmark. But if the students are ready for K, getting a high quality early ed program, that's essential. And having school readiness dollars and opportunities would have been addressed in an amendment had we gone through that. There would have been additional support for students, counselors, nurses, chemical dependency counselors. We've talked about this. Senator Kent has been a champion of these efforts in the past. This is a proven way to close the gap, and that's what I had heard in Senate File 7. As one way, we wanted to offer a bunch of ways and hit a home run. There's not that opportunity. I wanted to at least put it on the record, since we have not had an opportunity to have these bills heard. So thank you, Mr. President. I will vote green and will support the initiatives, but there are so many more things that we can do, and let's work together. Thank you.
Any other amendments before we go to third reading? The Secretary will give Senate File 7 its third reading.
Senate File Number 7, a bill for an act relating to education finance.
Third reading. Final comments on the bill. Senator Chamberlain?
Just one second. Yeah, thank you. Thank you again. Quickly, great idea. I have to say, at the risk of prolonging this another minute, Senator Uyghur, I sat in with my dyslexic testifiers when we were still in the minority. We had families there and kids. You waited until the very last 5 minutes. You gave them 5 minutes at the end. What you're saying is so disingenuous, I could almost throw up back here. I had stuff that wasn't heard, and I know what you said to some of those parents. I'm glad you're supporting this initiative. We'll put that behind us. But if you stand up there and bloviate like that, I'm going to respond. I know 80% of black Minnesotans, I know what they want, but that doesn't get addressed. I know what 90% of Hispanic Minnesotans want in education. That's been ignored. But I'm glad you're supporting the initiative here. It's a good idea. This is a unifying thing, and it'll change the course of events for these kids going forward. Thank you.
Final discussion on Senate File 7. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I do encourage a green vote here. You have heard, you know how important third grade literacy is. That is where we close the opportunity gap. We also know kids need to be ready for K when they get there. And we have increased funding since I've been chair by 40%. 40%, folks, for our early learning scholarship program. And I have to say, I understand members' concerns that their bills weren't heard. We all faced that. This was the pandemic session. March 13th, we closed down. We learned how to do Zoom. We learned how to do all types of things so that we could try to move our legislative agendas forward. And so I understand that disappointment. But members, let us not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Senate File 7, with its funding to give teachers the tools, the training for letters training, is a game changer. It's a life changer. Have you ever spoken to an adult who learned to read as an adult? They will cry as they tell you how their life changed when they learned to read. And when you visit the prisons, the vast majority of those inmates are illiterate. We can do the right thing tonight. We can make that step tonight, and we can do it together. And I appreciate the time, even at this early hour in the morning. There could not be a better time to vote for literacy, to vote for our kids, and I encourage a green vote.
Members, we are on final passage of Senate File 7. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 303, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 323, please come to the chamber to vote. Members in room 237, please come to the chamber to vote. And members in room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll call on Senator Jasinski to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Good morning, Mr. President. Senator Jensen votes aye.
Senator Jensen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Senator Newman votes aye. Senator
Senjum votes aye.
Senator Senjum votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Senator Osmic votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Rude votes aye.
Senator Rude votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Anderson P. votes aye.
Senator Anderson P. votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
And Senator Johnson votes aye. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Johnson votes aye. I'll call on Senator Kent to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Champion votes yes.
Senator Champion votes yes. Senator Kent.
Senator Clausen votes yes.
Senator Clausen votes yes. Senator Kent.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Senator Eaton votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Lane votes no.
Senator Lane votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Latz votes yes.
Senator Latz votes yes. Senator Kent.
Senator Newton votes yes.
Senator Newton votes yes. Senator Kent.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Sparks votes yes.
Senator Sparks votes yes. Senator Kent.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 10 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Remaining under motions and resolutions, will revert to the 8th order of business, introduction and first reading of Senate bills. Members listed in the addendum are Senate file numbers 123 through 132. These Senate files are given their first reading and referred as indicated. Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, I move that Senate files number 123, 124, and 131 be laid on the table.
On that motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The motion prevails. Moving to the 13th order of business, announcements of Senate interest. Any announcements of Senate interest? Without objection, the following senators will be excused from today's session. Senator Bach all day, Senator Sparks from 11:45 p.m. to 1 a.m. Any announcements? Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, I move the Senate do now adjourn until Friday, June 19th at 10 a.m.
Senator Gazelka moves that the Senate do now adjourn until Friday, June 19th, 2020 at 10 a.m. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Senate is adjourned.